deep in the frozen north. This hardcore crew...
It's not a job for the weak of heart, that's for sure.
Put your wing up. Ollie. The trains are moving, we're all making money.
battle deadly ice.
You're constantly fighting against ice, snow buildup.
And mountains of snow.
When I see snow, I hate it.
To keep a crucial supply route open. The Ontario Northland Railway. This critical lifeline shuttles fuel, food and freight to remote communities throughout deep winter.
If you're not careful, the cold will beat you.
If the trains can't roll through this icy hell...
Can't see so well, the snow and the ice really affects the brakes.
These communities will not survive.
The train is vital for them. There is no road.
This time, deadly blizzards.
Or the snow drift's got to be 3 or 4 feet tall here.
And wrecked equipment.
This is a real emergency. You cannot let the train over top of it.
Threaten to derail a massive haul of lumber.
Could cause major derailment.
Deep in the frozen north, Canada's most extreme stretch of railroad snakes over 1,000 kilometres through the wilderness. The Ontario Northland Railway was built almost 120 years ago. Today, it's a spine of steel that connects remote towns and far-flung communities.
It's very important for us to have the railroad. They need us, we need them.
People rely on this train daily. It may be the only means of transportation available.
The Ontario Northland Railway is one of the world's most northerly rail networks, the gateway to the Arctic. Almost 100 towns and villages are connected in the frozen north. The railway provides a vital lifeline for First Nations communities. From Moosonee, down through the freight hub of Cochrane, branches spider out across Ontario to towns such as Iroquois Falls, Hearst, and Timmins. The line extends as far south as North Bay. In one of the harshest environments on Earth, it takes a close-knit team. The rail network employs 120 track workers.
We're gonna roll the rail out.
65 train engineers.
Look at that.
And a 50-strong yard team.
Big guns out here. Time to blow some snow.
Only the toughest recruits can fight the freeze. Today, it rests on the shoulders of battle-hardened conductor JR.
And get when you stop.
Stand by, Trevor, Neil.
And newbie trainee Trevor to ship a massive load of lumber east through the snow and ice.
We got a conductor trainee with us today, so I'm showing him the ropes, showing him my wisdom and knowledge out here, and hopefully he picks a little bit of it up. The bad habits, hopefully he doesn't pick them up.
He's a great teacher, very patient, cool guy, easy to get along with. And time to get some lumber.
JR and Trevor's first task is to haul empty rail cars from Hearst to Calstock. Here they must load up with over 500 tons of freshly milled lumber. They have just over 2 hours to haul it back to Hearst. Then on to Kappa's Casing to load up with 17 more cars from a paper mill before they reach Cochrane. But with blizzards forecast, It will be a race against the clock and Mother Nature to get the freight there on time.
There'll be a lot of curveballs thrown at us as far as cars going to different places that we weren't aware of. Snow is a big factor. Cold weather, everything's slower in the winter as far as moving, stopping. Our air pressure system on our train takes a lot longer in the cold. There's a variety of things that could go wrong out here, but everybody's pulling together to do the job. What's on the agenda tonight, Neil? Where are we going?
Locomotive engineer Neil is in the hot seat for this leg of the journey.
We got to keep him in check.
The conductor is the eyes and ears of the locomotive engineer, directing operations. While Trevor is just starting his journey as a conductor, JR's connection with this railway runs deep.
My father worked for the railway for 40 years. He started as ticket sales and made his way to vice president of the company. Yeah, VP, I don't think I'll make it quite that far.
The team relies on a monster machine to help them undertake this mission. Their enormous pulling power comes from this 18-meter-long diesel-electric locomotive engine. This turbocharged Titan gives them 3,000 horsepower, more than 15 SUVs. Weighing in at 113 tons, it carries enough fuel to power a family car more than 4.5 times around the planet. This beast has enough muscle to move 5,500 tons of cargo. That's more than 50 loaded freight cars.
Gives you a sense of pride as far as getting that job done and delivering the goods to people all over, especially in isolated communities such as Moosonee, bringing all kinds of products up to them, and basically keeps that community going.
As the freight train thunders west, further up the line, track inspector Patrick Zagay undertakes a crucial inspection of the railroad line. He needs to make sure that trains can make it through the icy wilderness.
I'm the one that's drive on the tracks and spot defects before they become major derailments. In the cold, it's really stressful, it takes time. You're always constantly fighting against ice, snow buildup. It's an old line and lots of broken rail on this line. The thing we never want to do is to stop the train. The train's waiting, well, ain't money making. That's no good.
Today, his concentration will be tested. It's his last day as a bachelor.
Yeah, I'll be finished my shift tonight, and tomorrow I'll be married. That's crazy. Family's coming over. I'll have a few drinks for sure. That's where we're gonna turn out to be an animal. I got a good family picture on the screensaver, so every time I open my laptop at work, well, I feel like I got my family with me.
Pat has one of the most critical jobs on the line. It's his responsibility to forensically check hundreds of kilometers of track, to hunt down broken rails and damaged joints that could cause trains to derail.
That would be a catastrophe. And that's one of the main reasons that we have to patrol this line.
If he finds any problem with the track, he has the power to close the line.
It's really critical to keep the train flowing and keep everything working. We're looking for broken rails, any sounds. Right now we're gonna hear for a bang or a sound, anything. Might feel something.
Pat rides in a specially adapted truck called a high rail. Just driving a regular truck along the rails to inspect the track will not end well. The rubber tires will slip, and the truck will get stuck. A high rail is specially designed for the railway, fitted with an additional set of steel wheels front and rear. Pat uses hidden hydraulic pistons to lower these wheels onto the track. As the high rail rolls down the line, Pat feels every knock and vibration through the steel wheels as they pass over the joints between the lengths of rail. If he feels a bang, it could be a gap in the track. If not quickly fixed, a broken joint could derail a train, making this trusty workhorse a vital weapon in the battle to keep the freight flowing.
Might feel something. Worse than counting. I found 7 rail in one day on this line.
Pat's team patrols almost 200 kilometers of track each week and fixes hundreds of faults each year.
Now I just heard a good bang here. I'm gonna have to back up and get out and actually check it.
If Pat finds a gap in the track, he may need to shut down this section of the line. On board the freight train, JR, Trevor and Neil have almost reached their first stop to pick up 6 cars of freshly milled lumber.
I've never been in the lumber mill. I'm sure it's an interesting process. They ship a lot of lumber loads through us, and it would be pretty cool to see.
The mill has kept up to 250 local people employed here for over 75 years. Only possible because of the railroad.
We ship about 65% of our lumber by rail, which amounts to over 600 cars a year. We can ship all over the States, and we ship approximately 85% of our lumber to the States. So the railroad, extremely important for us.
Sales manager Yves Brunel races to prepare the massive lumber load for JR and Trevor.
My job is to make sure that we have the lumber ready and that we ship on time. It is extremely important for my clients to have their lumber on time. If it is delayed, probably they would cancel our orders and they'd buy it somewhere else, and there's a good chance we'd be liable to pay the difference in price. We have to keep a huge inventory of logs in order to be able to run year-round.
Yves is up against the clock to get these trees turned into construction materials and get them loaded and shipped in a matter of hours. But no freight is moving anywhere if Track Inspector Pat needs to close this line because of a broken rail.
It's pretty much a big gap. Make sure all the bolts are there. Thought it would have been a pull apart, but all bolts are there, so good to go. Look for the next one.
This time, it's a false alarm. It's a large gap, but the joint holds strong.
If it would have been a broken rail or a pull apart to the next train, yeah, chances would be a derailment. Need to keep that lumber flowing, get that lumber shipped all over the world.
At the mill, it's down to Yves to get the lumber flowing.
Now we're going to be heading to the sawmill where we produce the lumber.
This mill produces over 70,000 tons of high-grade pine boards each year. That's enough to build over 5,000 homes.
This is where you saw outside the trucks come in, they're unloaded. This is where the trees come in. So all the bark is taken off the log.
The tree trunks are eviscerated by thousands of steel teeth in machines called debarkers.
They go through the debarkers, and they're cut to their precise length, at least 16 feet or less.
Sawing regular trees is pretty simple, but they're not all playing ball. The bent trees need to be put straight too.
This probably is the coolest part. Look, it's a crooked log. It goes through the machine and it's cut with the curve. It's being cut with the angle. Perfect. So you end up not losing any lumber when you cut with the curve. Just a thing of beauty, this curve sawing. There's a lot of work that goes into making a 2x4.
Only now can the prime wood boards be cut down to size, stacked according to grade, and packed for shipping.
All this is going to be picked up for the journey on the train.
Eve and his team have pulled out all the stops to get the 500-ton load ready for JR and Trevor's freight train.
Ready to go.
And they've made it just in time as the 200-meter-long beast pulls into the lumber yard.
All right, let's switch out this lumber.
All right, young trainee.
All right.
Now, it's time for some heavy shunting. They must disconnect their empty cars, then use their 3,000 horsepower diesel engine to attach the 6 fully loaded lumber cars to the train.
We're backing up. We're gonna stop at the spur where the cars have been loaded. We're gonna grab the cars out and we're gonna set them by.
Sounds easy, right? But conductor JR knows it's time to take a step back and see if his trainee Trevor can handle the heavy hauling heat.
Pretty bad half fire.
Back a half.
And 10 feet. 5 feet. And stop.
It's literally make or break time for Trevor. If he can't connect up the car's air brakes correctly, the train is going nowhere.
So the trainee here, he's cutting in these cars with air. The air system gives us our brakes. He's checking for handbrakes, taking handbrakes off, just checking the car. Take that one brake off.
Johnny's back in the engine now. He let me take over here to hit this last joint. Cutting in.
Trevor's hooked up the air brake hoses between the lumber cars, and the diesel engine is connected. But will the train move?
All right, we'll pull him ahead.
Yeah, okay ahead, Neil.
The air pressure in the brake hoses holds strong. And the 500 tons of freshly milled lumber is all set for its journey back to Hearst.
Doing good, doing good.
So Trevor's doing really well. I have the confidence in him. I've been kind of leaving him alone, just kind of watching over, making sure he's doing everything properly, but he's picking it up really fast.
All hooked up, Neil, ready to go.
Locomotive engineer Neil fires up the engine. He needs to get the lumber to Hearst in time to link it up to the Cochrane train. Track Inspector Pat makes good progress on his check of the line. Until...
Well, I feel a little bang.
he hits a serious problem.
See if I can see something out of the ordinary. Wolf, I think we got something here. That's what we call a pull apart, and then it could cause major derailment.
The railway is made up of thousands of separate steel rails. These are bolted together with a metal plate on either side of the joint. During winter, freezing temperatures can make the steel rails contract. This puts enormous strain on the joints, snapping the bolts and pulling rails apart. If these gaps aren't spotted and fixed, they can cause a devastating derailment.
And I'll have to put the track out of service.
Pat must now fix the faulty track and reopen the line to keep the trains rolling.
Yeah, it's crucial that we get this train back to Hearst on time.
It's all downhill from here for JR and the team on board the lumber train. A slight gradient means they can pick up extra speed, but the slope and the extra load has a major effect on the braking of the train. A fully loaded train can take 3 times longer to stop than an unloaded train.
Pulling loads is a little different than empties, and especially braking takes longer to brake, so if we ever have to have Neil stop, we got to take that into account.
The train's brakes could soon be tested to their limit. Up the line, track inspector Pat Zagay has closed a section of track with a broken rail.
No train can come through here until this just gets fixed. That's completely dead track.
Almost every bolt in the joint has exploded. The entire rail needs to be replaced.
I'll call the crew and come and fix it as soon as they can before the next train. I'll just mark it for them.
It's now a race against time for the track maintenance team to install a new rail.
The RTC is so on tracks but the Pat's gear over. I would like to put the Peglo spur out of service for pull apart over.
No problem, Pat. We're heading there right now.
It now rests on the shoulders of foreman Darren Martin and rail worker Pat LaRue to try and get the track back online.
This is a real emergency. You cannot let the train over top of it until it's been repaired. Then we have a derailment that's worth like millions of dollars, so it has to be done.
Darren's inspection reveals the power of an exploding railway joint.
They sheared the bolt right off. When they do break, it usually sounds like a shotgun there, and kaboom. You're going to the hospital, right? You're not going to be around anymore.
First job, smash the rail free from the frozen ballast.
You end up slipping with your track hammer. I've had it like 5-6 times now. Your thumb will just explode. It's not a job for the weak of heart, this kind of job, that's for sure there.
Next, bring in the high-powered hydraulic wrench to loosen the last remaining bolt in the joint.
Things are gonna get very noisy around here.
But even power tools can't persuade the bolt to budge.
The bolt is bent, so it won't come apart no more. So I have to go to my next step here. I'm gonna put the rail saw on and I'm gonna cut the bolt off.
Darren must work fast to fix and clear the tracks to allow the next train to pass through.
It's a collective effort. Conductors, engineers, brakemen, guys that work on the track, everybody does their share and keeps the things running smoothly.
But the brutal conditions slow down every stage of the fix.
I can do my hydraulic hose.
The hydraulic hose needed to power the saw is frozen solid.
See the inside of your fitting? It's frozen open.
Darren can't afford any delay. The hose must be thawed fast. to improvise to get his rail saw up and running.
So now I have to go put it in the heater, on the side of my truck. This is how Northern Ontario, you have to do a lot of stuff to get them to work. Nothing ever works very good when it's cold. Any other time we would put it in the back seat of the truck and we would let it just sit there for maybe a half an hour, but it's an emergency, we don't have time, so this is the emergency way we do it. We cannot delay this train, we have to get this done as fast as we can. And now, thawed out, ready to go. 2-3 minute fix. And now, there it is. Gonna be a little bit of sparks.
Finally, the faulty joint is disassembled, and Darren can remove the steel clamps, called anchors, that hold the rails straight on the timber ties.
My co-worker, Pat, is taking off the anchors. And that's how you do it. Knock them off with a hammer.
Now, Darren and Pat must cut out the broken section of track to slot in a new steel rail.
We'll put the new one in, and we'll be good to go.
Darren must get his measurements spot on. If he cuts out too little, he'll cause a major problem when the new rail section expands in the heat of the summer.
I don't want it tight. I have a 1/4 inch gap there for play, because in the spring and in the summer, the rails get bigger, right? We're gonna do the best thing, we're gonna cut a rail.
It's critical the rail is cut perfectly straight, so they use a brace to hold the saw onto the rail.
Ready for the spark show?
Powered by the hydraulic system on Darren's truck, the rail saw blade spins at over 4,000 RPM and slices through the steel like butter.
Okay, and that's it. We're cut through the rail. Now we're gonna pull this rail out and put the other one in. I'm just gonna slide her down first, Pat. Watch your feet, brother. Okay, up we go. Just like that.
They install the new rail and leave only a 1/4 inch gap. Once the hydraulics are thawed out with Darren's patented method,
Now warm it up again.
they can drill the bolt holes.
And it cuts through a rail in a matter of a minute, right? You would never do that by hand, that's for sure.
They lock the ends of the rail in place with steel plates to form a fresh joint.
Just like putting mom into papa. In it goes there, and there we go. They're all in. Now they just need to be tightened up.
One final turn, and the new rail is good to go.
We're gonna get out of the way so the train can pass through. So now we're out of here.
The track is fixed, and just in time. The freight train passes over the new rail without a bump or a bang.
When we get back to the hearse yard, we're going to put these cars on a train, which will head to Cochrane, then on its way to North Bay, and then they'll go anywhere in North America, all over the world, possibly.
Trevor may be just 3 weeks into his conductor training, but he's already clocked up 9 years on the railroad.
The field I came into when I first started was on the maintenance side, swinging a hammer, changing rails. That's where I first started off. But I've always seen the conductors and all that when I was younger too, and I've always fascinated by the trains, and now it feels pretty good to be part of what they do now. And 2 cars for the switch.
Trevor's time swinging hammers has made him famous as the toughest guy on this railroad.
We got like a competition every year there. It's like a spike champ competition. I'm the spike champ now for 2018, 2019 season now, so it's going pretty good so far.
Railroad spikes hold the track to the timber ties. Hammering these home requires great skill and precision. During the 19th century, in the early days of railroad construction, workers would sing songs to keep the rhythm while driving spikes in unison. Gangs would compete in time trials to see who had the best technique. The spike driving competition was born. Although today machines drive spikes and build railroads at high speed, track workers from all over North America still keep the spike driving tradition alive. Competition is fierce amongst the railroaders, with the winner earning a place in railroad history.
Yeah, I don't take part in the spike driving challenge. I never worked on the track, so I might embarrass myself if I try that out, but I like to watch, and now that he's been training with me, I'll be there cheering him on next time he's enters the competition.
Trevor's muscles are about to be put to the test as Neil eases down the diesel engine and applies the air brakes. The 6 cars of lumber arrive on schedule into Hearst.
Got to set it all off and it'll be all set to go on the next freight train out. And we made our deadline. Good job.
Experienced conductor JR can see a bright future for trainee Trevor, who's passed today's test with flying colours.
He's doing a great job. He's picking it up a lot quicker than a lot of guys do. I can't say nothing but positive things about him. I think he's going to be a good conductor.
Trevor connects the 6 lumber cars into another freight train. This new train will be almost 750 metres long and weigh over 4,000 tonnes. It leaves for Cochrane in the morning.
10 feet and top.
Today's been a good day. Everything went smooth, everything went as planned. We made it in time for the freight train to Cochrane, and this lumber can be shipped off all over the world.
But as Trevor gets to work,
and cutting in,
connecting the air brake hoses to build the 39-car train,
he had full sun on my arm.
He runs into trouble.
He had full sun on my arm. I can't get the joint right now.
It's minus 20 degrees, and the brake hoses have frozen solid, taking Trevor by surprise.
I twisted the wrong way with my arm, I guess, and I just felt something pop. Kind of sucks to be taken out by the rest of the day. This might cost me the rest of my week. So I'm gonna head to the doctor's office and see what he has to say.
The weather may have beaten Trevor today.
Yeah, if you're not careful out here, the weather will get you. The cold will beat you. And I may have hurt my arm, but it doesn't put me out. I'm still a spike champ.
"6 a.m., Hearst Yard. The 500 tonnes of lumber is ready to be hauled more than 200 kilometres to the rail yard in Cochrane.
Hey, so we're all set to go?
Yeah, good to go, Mike.
This leg of the mission falls to engineer Mike Black, conductor Colin Orlowski, and trainee Andrew Chapman.
It looks pretty nice out there.
Another beautiful day.
But overnight, a brutal blizzard has battered northern Ontario. Almost a metre of snow has been dumped onto the tracks, and temperatures have plummeted, dropping below minus 30. The crew now face a treacherous 6-hour journey.
We're in the middle of a pretty bad snowstorm here right now, so got to keep our fingers crossed everything goes well. We don't have any problems.
And to add to the pressure, They also have to pick up 17 cars, loaded with almost 500 tons of paper at Kappa's casing, making their train even longer, heavier, and harder to handle.
Yeah, with all the snow, it definitely makes the job a lot harder. Driving the train, you got a lot of responsibilities. You got to know all the track. You got to, because a lot of the times, like in the weather like today, you can't really see very far, so you pretty well have to memorize every inch of the track.
Waiting for their arrival at the freight yard in Cochrane is Ontario Northland Railway veteran Jay Faldeen.
Go ahead, 2201.
He's seen it all in his time on the railroad.
I've been relatively lucky in 18 years. There's been nothing too severe.
Stop, 2201.
Yeah, there's been medical emergencies, some seizures. I've had a woman went into labor on a train once. That was fun.
Talking of tough deliveries, Jay needs the cool head of a midwife and the focus of an air traffic controller to keep this yard running smoothly. It's constantly busy, a 24-hour operation. Hundreds of thousands of rail cars, each carrying tons of freight, pass through here each year. Today, Jay must master this constantly shifting jigsaw puzzle.
Stop, 2201.
To free up enough track in the yard for the next train due in, he must clear out dozens of freight cars on a train bound for the north.
Today it's going to be 7, 8 transports, groceries and whatnot in it. There's building supplies, got some fuel cars going up. That's what I know is going on right now, but that could very well change in the next 20 minutes. Those two are going into the town, eh?
Make it 2 now, 2201.
But getting this wrong would hold up the entire supply chain and cost the railroad millions of dollars. Mike is plowing through ever-deepening snowdrifts in a desperate bid to get to the Cochrane yard.
You can't see so well. The snow and the ice really affects the brakes. So you got to take a lot of extra care to make sure you can slow down or stop if you need to.
Track vehicles and workers could be on the same section of line. In such limited visibility, this journey could end in disaster. So Colin must request clearance to enter a new section of track from train control.
Those are track authorities. So that's your permission to use the track between Kappa's casing and Cochrane on this one. We all get a copy of the clearance so everybody knows what's going on.
The train has one last stop before Cochrane, the paper-producing town of Kappa's casing.
All right, let's go. All right. So now I'm cutting the engines off and we're gonna take the engines up to the next switch, then come back down to number 1 track.
The team now has to hook up 17 more cars, loaded with almost 500 tons of paper. They cannot afford any delay, but Mother Nature is in no mood to help them out. The temperature is dropping fast.
20 feet. 10. That'll do. All good.
For the trainee conductors, it can be a steep learning curve.
Yeah, Andrew thought his radio wasn't working, but he's on the wrong channel. New guys, eh? Let the journey begin. Maybe we should be good to go when you're ready, Mike.
Good to go.
The train now weighs a staggering 4,700 tons and snakes over 1 kilometer in length.
So now you got to prepare even more for when you need the brakes. But plus, with the cold weather that we have right now, the air gets really thin. So you have to be careful again for that reason. We can't really afford any delays today. Hopefully everything goes well. So you got to get this into Cochrane as soon as we can.
Mike and his vast train are just 1 hour from their destination at Cochrane. Now Jay must pull out all the stops, clear his decks, and build a freight train to leave for the north. This should make enough space for the next freight train when it arrives.
We're just kind of switching back and forth between tracks right now. I'll grab the cut.
Building a freight train is a logistical puzzle. Cochrane Yard has 5 storage tracks running parallel with the main line. The cars Jay needs for his train are stuck in other consignments around the yard. So, using a single diesel engine, he must break up these trains to liberate the cars he needs. At each junction, there's a switch that allows him to haul out cars and switch them onto other tracks. But in this game of cargo chess, one false move could cause long delays. After hours of shunting and switching, juggling and cajoling, he will eventually complete his build and clear enough space for the next giant train.
We're just sorting out the box cars that we need to go to Moosonee and the ones that are going to stay here in Cochrane. So we got a little bit of back and forth between the 2 tracks.
But back on board, Mike is still fighting through the banks of snow that are building along the line. The drifts are getting bigger and bigger by the mile.
Where the snow drift's got to be 3 or 4 feet tall here. That's what you see every day anyways. We're going to hit another snowbank here. He's going to get covered in snow here. Today's pretty much going to be continuous plowing through snow drifts the entire way. Like that one.
The road to Cochrane runs alongside the track, so Mike and Colin have a front row seat to see the traffic carnage the weather is causing.
The roads are pretty bad out there today. There's an accident.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty bad one. Hopefully everybody's all right.
Yeah, I guess nobody's going any further to Cochrane today on the road unless you're going by train.
Yeah, that's one good thing about the trains. We don't really stop for the weather. Not much holds us back.
Lots of snow out there, but it's not going to stop us.
No.
Stop, 2201. Stop.
It's taken hours, but at Cochrane Station, Jay has finally built his train, which leaves to make room in the yard.
We got to get our train out to Moosonee.
And he's done it just in time. By clearing the yard, the freight train can deliver its massive cargo.
We're there on time. Just about in. Hopefully we're lined up. Well, we got everything into Cochrane. Good job, guys.
The lumber from the mill in Calstock and the paper from the factory in Kapuskasing can now be distributed to markets around the world. Deep in the frozen north, one of the world's most extreme stretches of railroad snakes over 1,000 kilometers across the tundra. The Ontario Northland Railway was built almost 120 years ago. Today, it's a backbone of steel and a gateway to the Arctic. Almost 100 towns and villages are connected in the frozen north. A draw for tourists and a vital lifeline for First Nations communities and industry. From Moosonee to the freight hub of Cochrane, branches spider out across the province to communities such as Hearst and Timmins. The line extends as far south as North Bay, where freight is distributed out to the national and international trading hubs of Toronto, Montreal, and New York. This northern powerhouse brings up to $63 million each year to the local economy. But in one of the harshest environments on Earth, it takes an elite team.
Come on!
And monster machines to keep the trains moving. It's 6 a.m. in Hurst Yard. Sub-zero conditions and a blizzard overnight have left the trains and tracks frozen with snow and ice.
Hello, hello.
Conductor Jay Faldine is gearing up to do battle with the freezing conditions. To take one of the railroad's longest freight trains on a mission to transport 2,000 tons of crucial cargo.
It's a bit of a mixed bag on today. We got some fuel, we got a little bit of lumber. We've got just over 2,000 tons on today and about in the neighborhood of 1,400 feet.
Jay needs massive pulling power to complete today's mission. 2 mighty diesel-electric locomotives lead the train. Each contains a giant 16-cylinder engine that pumps out more power than 10 SUVs. Weighing 100 tons apiece, together they have enough power to pull loads of up to 9,000 tons at speeds of up to 90 kilometers per hour. Jay's heading east to the local hub of Cochrane. The fuel and lumber are already on board, but he must make a crucial stop to pick up a 2,500-ton load of newsprint.
We have a stop to pick up at least 24 loads of newsprint that we bring to Cochrane as well. And then it goes down into the States or Canada for different newspapers, whether it be the Toronto Star or papers down in the United States. We don't want anything to delay us. We want to get from Hurst to Cochrane as quickly and as safely as we can.
Jay's on a time-critical mission. Starting at Hurst, his train will pick up a 2,500-ton supply of newsprint from the paper mill in Kapuskasing. He must haul this through heavy snow and several iced-up road crossings to the hub at Cochrane. Here, yard workers will build the train up into one of the longest on the network, before heading to Englehart and eventually the printing press of the Toronto Star newspaper. It's vital the newsprint gets there on time. This supersized paper run is close to Jay's heart.
Way back in the day, one of my first jobs was riding around the neighborhood on my bicycle delivering newspapers. 35 years later, I'm a paper boy still, just on a bigger scale. I'm a bit of a traditionalist. I still read a newspaper. I don't read anything online. So it's kind of nice to still be contributing to that with some of the stuff that we haul.
The mill at Kapuskasing relies completely on the train to send its paper south. It now produces 200,000 tons of newsprint every day from timber harvested nearby. Winter is their busiest time because this is when the ground around forests like this freezes.
It's a big race to get it done because what you're standing on right now is actually peat moss, black muck frozen together. Once the sun comes out, the thaw starts, we can't get in and out of this area at all.
Gilles Cyr looks after 12,000 square kilometers of forest. He has just a 3-month window during the winter to harvest the timber before the swamp thaws and becomes impassable.
Time restriction is a big issue. We operate 24 hours a day, all the machinery.
For maximum speed, Gilles relies on a fleet of extraordinary mega machines. First up, a tree-cutting colossus, known as the Fellabuncher.
It's a heavy machine. It doesn't look fast, but it'll reach you pretty fast, put you in a danger zone in no time.
Next, a $350,000, 23-ton skidder moves the freshly cut trees out of the forest to the roadside. And finally, the 27-ton delimber shreds off the branches.
He'll finish up the final touches for the wood to get to the mill. He'll be taking the limbs off, he'll top it off, pile it nice and neat.
They load the timber onto trucks in 42-ton batches and send them to paper mills to be processed.
All my buddies down there will be happy to see it coming in because they'll make the final product.
The mill needs the freight trains to haul the newsprint south on time.
It feeds some pretty big publications in the United States and in Canada, Toronto, New York, Chicago.
The paper train is a critical run for the railroad. It's also one of the heaviest trains on the line.
Yeah, that is correct. Thank you very much, RTC. Track expert, let's go.
So up ahead, Track Inspector Pat Zugay must check on the rails for any defects before the train passes through.
I got lots of freight coming onto this line. There's a lot of tonnage going over it. So if I find something, I'll need to get fixed as fast as I can. And we got some really cold winters. If we got a lot of frost and snow, we usually get around -40 to -30. And we got to inspect every single joint.
And as Pat pushes further down the line, it's not just the joints in the track that could be a danger. The blizzards overnight have left massive dumps of snow on the tracks.
It's one of the worst winter I ever had for snow. If the snow fighter don't remove the snow, it creates a buildup, and you don't want that. It's really important that the snow fighter remove the snow. No, we can't stop that train, so we need to get that fixed ASAP.
On the train, Jay's got problems of his own.
Oh my God. Typically, we have our hot box detectors, which tell us if there's any sticking brakes, dragging equipment, basically anything wrong with the train, but they're not working today. And that's where things could escalate, where you may end up with a really defective wheel, which could potentially do some damage.
At regular intervals along the line, infrared detectors mounted on the track, called hotboxes, measure the temperature of the train's wheels as they pass. If a wheel is stuck or a brake gets jammed, the wheel gets hot and the hotbox identifies it as faulty. The exact location of the faulty or hot wheel is relayed to the conductor, who can stop the train and check the defective wheel.
If we go 60 miles without the hot box detectors working, we have to stop the train.
Without the detectors, he'll have to do it the old-fashioned way.
We've got to get to it. We've got to get ready here and hop off the train and just do a pull-by inspection of our entire train to make sure everything's okay. We've got to keep everything moving.
While Jay goes trackside, engineer Mike remains at the controls. As the train passes, Jay checks each wheel to see if it's sticking.
We've got to do a complete pull-by with our train, just to inspect all the cars.
With a half-kilometre, 40-car train, it takes some time. Whilst Jay is responsible for the loco engines and cars on the tracks, back at base, there's another vital team who makes sure these super tough machines keep rolling, no matter what the brutal winters throw at them.
We have a lot of freight to move. When it's time to overhaul these things, we got to get it done as quick as possible so we can get it back out on the rails as fast as we can.
At the railroad's huge 4,400 square metre machine shop in North Bay, more than 200 engineers and mechanics carry out critical repairs on the entire fleet.
There is a lot of pressure because there's a lot of variables with a unit like this.
To keep the locomotives going through the extreme conditions, workers completely deconstruct, restore and rebuild each machine from the ground up every 10 years.
These machines are quite complex. Usually a 2 or 3 week strip time to tear this unit down from top to bottom, and then there's a build time where it usually takes 4 or 5 weeks to build the engine, the generator overhaul, the trucks. It's a pretty complex procedure.
Today is the first day of a refurb on a crucial locomotive that serves the far north. This engine is massive. It weighs more than 115 tons and is made up of more than 500 components.
We're good here?
Mechanic Andrew's first job is to remove the huge metal roof and body panels.
We're gonna lift off that 15-foot roof section to make some room for the overhaul so we can start pulling pieces off of it. Once all the body panels are off, then it's all hands on deck. So right now, got the chain on there. He's gonna bring it up on top of the roof, and then Zach's gonna be up top.
The huge steel body panels that protect the locomotive weigh up to 2 tons each.
That's nice and straight. Any type of lift, there's always danger in there.
The team work methodically, removing all of the train's panels one by one.
Yeah, you're good. That's coming. I love doing overhauls. Everything on this will either be brand new or reconditioned when it goes back together.
The workshop and its highly skilled team can strip down every component of a working locomotive and rebuild it from scratch.
In the automotive world, your starter goes, your alternator goes, you just go and get a new one. But here, the parts are so much bigger and so expensive, you're not gonna throw out a $15,000 alternator because it needs a rebuild. So they'll rebuild it and overhaul it.
But a comprehensive overhaul like this on such a large machine creates unique challenges for Troy and the team.
It's a pressure the whole time. Every single unit's different. None just go easy. There's something always fights you.
Extreme snow makes a big difference on the fleet. We get a lot of major breakdowns. Until we get the unit stripped down to the raw material, we might not know what parts we need.
Finally, the locomotive roof and main body panels are off.
This is when it starts, yep. This is when the ball gets rolling.
The mechanics still have a long way to go, but the end result more than makes up for all their hard work.
They're bulletproof. It blows me away every day that I'm here, how long and how strong these actually are. And it takes a lot to take one out. They're tough, tough, tough.
The locomotive engines may be tough.
Another 30 or so.
But on the tracks, Jay's biggest headache is the electronics.
Another 20.
20 cars.
Our hot box detectors, they're not functioning today, so we got to do it ourselves. We got to do a complete pull-by with our train. Another 10 or 12.
10 or 12.
With the train's detector system out of action, Jay must spot check every wheel of the half-kilometre-long train.
And 5 to go.
5 works.
Thankfully, no issues so far. Checked out good both sides.
Both sides restricted.
Yep, on our way up. Everything's good, no dragging equipment, no sticking brakes. We're good to keep on rolling.
The cars are fault-free, and after a long walk back to the cab, the paper train can power on. Jay and his super tough train battle heavy dumps of snow as they near the newsprint pickup.
Northern Ontario winters are a bit different than most other places. It gets pretty cold. The coldest I've ever worked in was -53 up in Moosonee. And that was a little bit extreme. This time of year, we get some freak snowstorms, or there's always ice to consider.
On the tracks, Inspector Pat is also battling Mother Nature.
You're always constantly fighting against ice, snow buildup.
So far this winter, temperatures have plunged to -41 degrees centigrade, and 76 meters of snow has fallen across the province. The trains can blast through light snow on top of the tracks, but heavy snow can derail lighter carriages and even locomotives. Several days of heavy snow means the line ahead urgently needs clearing before the train can pass through.
We had a lot of snow, and it's been down for a couple days, and now it's time to catch up.
Pat needs backup.
We got the snow fighters to clean the snow.
Thanks, Coach.
Okay, thank you. Text for the pets, good.
I radioed my guys. They're on their way as fast as they can.
The paper train needs to get through on time, so he's calling in the big guns. A 24-ton monster machine, capable of blasting through even the deepest drifts. A snow fighter. This is a snow-slaying mega machine. Powered by a turbocharged 6-cylinder diesel-electric engine, it's capable of blasting through up to 2 meters of snow and ice. Up front, it has a specially molded steel blade. Operators can move this up and down and change its angle with millimeter precision. Either side, 4-meter-long mobile wings throw the snow clear of the tracks. This super tough machine can clear 100 kilometers of track every single day. In charge of Pat's snow fighter today is one of the line's most experienced operators, Pete Tuzine.
I'm going to get this job done today, and I'm not going to delay it. No freight today.
So your eyeball straight to a call stock, do the yard, move that snow as fast as you can, get back to hers, please.
Okay, sounds good, boss.
Yeah.
Pete sets the snow fighter's blades low and starts to punch through the snow.
I love it. My job is to get the snow off the track and prevent derailing.
These machines may be tough, but they're also worth over $500,000, and operating them takes skill.
I go as deep as I can, and I remove all the snow, push the snow as far as I can, and put the plow down so it'll take care of all the hard-packed snow.
Pete has been driving snow fighters for almost 35 years.
I operate any kind of machineries that the Ontario Northland own it or rent it. I operate everything. I love the bush. I love you traveling every day. You're not always at the same location.
It's going to take all of Pete's experience and this machine's mighty muscle power to blast a clear path through the heavy snow drifts ahead. For the train crews, this can be the difference between life and death.
The snow fighters that we have out here and the spreaders, they're lifesavers. There's been times where snow or ice will hit one of the levers and pull the train apart. And I've had trips where I've walked back 40, 50 cars in hip-deep snow. And those are the days that you never forget. The days that the snow fighters are out, it's a blessing for sure.
But the subarctic storms have not only dumped mountains of snow across the line, they've also frozen the tracks solid with ice.
We have a lot of crossings along here. If we've got too much ice buildup on the crossings, there is the potential for a derailment, and that's something we definitely do not want.
It rests on the shoulders of Pat and the track maintenance teams to check for sections of ice-damaged rail and fix them as quickly as possible.
All our section guys will be out there today just doing everything that they do to make sure that we get across the track safely. A lot of the stuff they do is right on the spot. They find a problem, they fix it, and keep all the trains rolling.
As Pat continues his track patrol,
Spot a problem here.
it's not long before he discovers a serious problem. The crossing looks badly damaged.
We just found a defect here. We'll have a look at it. Doesn't look good. Look at the hump.
This is a dangerous fault. The rails bow upwards where they cross a local road.
And if we had a train going over this at track speed, there's a big chance of derailing. And we don't want that. So now I gotta call my guys up and come and fix it as soon as possible.
Where a road crosses the train tracks, regular car and truck traffic compresses any snow and ice. Over time, this drives the ice deeper into the soil beneath the track, making it colder than the surrounding earth. As the moist soil below freezes, it expands, lifting the earth and the tracks upwards. If it lifts up too much, this can derail a train. With the train hot on his heels, Pat calls in the maintenance crew to make an urgent fix.
Hey John, at mile 78.85, I got a surface defect. We need to do this as fast as we can before the next train over.
Do as fast as you can for the next train, okay?
It's now a race against time to repair the track so the train can pass through. Down the tracks, Pete and his mighty snowplow are making good progress.
Okay, let you know when I'm close to 15, 1-5, over.
And smashing through the snowdrifts.
Yeah, let me know if you're close to 15.
I'm very close to it. I'll let you know when I'm at the bridge, over. The snow was heavy today, but I took care of it. I'm going to turn this baby around, spin around, and get back home.
With the line clear, Jay's train can safely power into Kapuskasing.
RTC 01809 south here. We've arrived at North Kosh near limit sign Kapuskasing.
To load up.
Just going to pick up our paper loads here in Kapuskasing.
The mill has its own railroad siding, where they line up cars loaded with paper for shipping. Jay has to cut his train in two and switch the locomotive onto the side track to pick up the extra cars.
She's just gonna pull up to me and I'll get my cut to go back and get those, the paper cars.
The mill at Kapuskasing was built in the 1920s by the New York Times. They dammed a local river to create power, bought rights to 11,000 square kilometers of arboreal forest, and built a whole town around the mill. It provided paper for the New York Times right up to 1991, when the company pulled out. Employees and townspeople took ownership of the plant, saving the mill and hundreds of jobs. They now rely on the railroad to get their newsprint to its destination on time. So Jay's got to make sure all the cars are secure and in the right order.
Just bringing these cars up to the main line switch to back onto the paper in number 1.
Up ahead,
get the hammer warmed up.
The track maintenance crew arrive to fix the damaged crossing.
We got to get this done as quick as we can because there's a track emergency and we got a train coming. This is where the defect is. Really dipped right here. This is low and your crossing is high, so makes your crossing look like this right here, right now. Because when the train goes, that's when the braille goes bang and breaks in half. Then we end up a real emergency.
Foreman Darren Martin has been working on the railroad for 25 years.
Come on, guys, we got to get this done quick. My job is important because if we don't take care of the tracks, the trains can't run over top of it. Of course, you always want to be on your A game because train time is anytime, anywhere. You don't want to have any accidents, especially in this place.
He knows more than most how dangerous this work can be.
Took a spike to the face.
10 years ago, while hammering rails, a metal spike ricocheted up and hit his face.
It was in the ground and I went to tamp it. It come flipping up. Caught me like this and ripped me wide open from there to there. So here I am holding my cheek together like this, and I went to the hospital for 4 hours.
Watch your step on the crossing, guys. It's real slippery there.
As Darren surveys the site, he realizes that this isn't going to be a quick fix.
Always at the crossing is always the worst spot.
Oh, man. Lots of ice.
Oh. Now I'm gonna dig out this rail and take all the ice out of there because we have to get down to where we can see our spikes and our plates and our ties.
I'll get the other claw bar.
The team have to pull out over 50 frozen spikes using sheer brute force.
Oh, I hate these under the boat.
Then, they must carefully lift up the track either side of the crossing to even it out. This will be no simple task.
Those things are called shims, pieces of wood, and we're gonna put them underneath our plates to lift up the rail to make it even, like an even flow going all the way across. A little sharp hump is gonna be a long, gradual hump after we're done.
It's a slow and painstaking process. To flatten the hump, Darren's team first has to pull all the spikes holding the rails to the sleepers. Next, they have to lift the rails either side of the hump and put thin pieces of wood, called shims, underneath. Finally, they hammer the spikes back in. Lifting both rails either side of the hump evens out the slope, making the track safe.
The crossing is like this now. We have to take the rails on both sides and lift them up to make them even and an even slope instead of the train trying to go over.
Put some salt on the crossing so no one slips.
First, they try to lift the rails using claw bars.
We can't lift it with just the bars. It won't let us.
It's not moving. Darren needs a new plan, and fast.
Okay, we can't use 2 claw bars. Now I'm gonna get a track jack.
At Kappa's Casing, Jay races the clock to hook up the cars full of newsprint. He needs to make it to Cochrane before nightfall.
And it's got some handbrakes I gotta pop off here.
It's a battle against the plummeting temperatures.
That's one of the few things about this job. When it's cold, everything's metal. Everything you're touching or hanging onto is metal.
With the cars finally attached, they can power on to Cochrane. But navigating a kilometre-long train takes skill.
Now that we've left Kapuskasing, we've got about 4,500 tons and about 2,700 feet on.
It's vital Jay gets to Cochrane quickly. Stopping this monster train isn't an option. For the track team, the pressure is on.
We gotta keep an eye on the time.
Jay's train has left the station. Now Darren needs to bring out the heavy metal.
This jack is good for like 50, I think it's 50 tons. It's a track jack. It's used for lifting track. And down here at the bottom, you can lift the rail from underneath. You see this plate here? This plate lip is supposed to be over top of this rail. Right now, it's below the rail, and the only thing holding it is a chunk of ice and these spikes. So it's nothing for the train to go over, and we'd have a derailment. We don't want that. And we're gonna put this under here, and we're gonna lift the track up. See, you listen now, it clicked.
It takes a huge amount of muscle power just to lift the track. Now they need to carefully slide the shims underneath.
Trains are very, very heavy, 200,000 pounds. Now he's gonna check to make sure that it's even. Too much? How's that?
It's just gotta go up a little wee bit more.
And put a shim in here before we drop. He's gonna check it again to make sure that it's good.
Yeah, that's better.
Darren's crew must work both sides of the hump, lifting rails as they go. It takes precise coordination to make sure the tracks are level.
You don't want a sharp down and you don't want a sharp up, because the trains don't do that. They go sharp right through, right? Then it would just keep going into the ditch there or wherever. We have to get it done fast because we have a train coming and we want to get it out of the way. We don't ever want to hold them up.
It's taking longer than they'd hoped.
Okay, I'm gonna put the shim in now. Come on! We got a train coming!
On board the paper train, Jay is feeling the strain.
With the 24 cars we added, there's always ice to consider because everything melts and then refreezes. We end up with a fair bit of ice, and with the tonnage we have, it's a little bit of a tougher pull.
Bringing a kilometre-long train to a sudden stop is impossible. Jay is counting on the track crews to make the fix and clear the line.
We've got a lot of our section guys out, especially this time of year, and doing a lot of work, constantly shimming the track so they don't have to give us a slow order and keep us rolling. A broken rail is one of the things that could potentially cause a derailment, and that's something we definitely do not want.
Up ahead, Darren and the track crew are still struggling.
We'll get her done. We gotta get her done. Train's coming, man.
It's back-breaking work.
This job's not made for old guys like me.
It's always challenging around here because of winter time. Everything has to be dug out, blown out. Your tools are cold, and you always have to wear big, bulky mitts. You take a look at your rail, it's nice and even now. See, when the train goes over, it comes up nice and even. We don't have any broken rails.
After an epic battle, the track is evened out. Now they have to fix all the rails in place.
It's gonna get loud here soon. He's using the hydraulic hammer. Things are looking up now. We're gonna get paid this week. Right on! train goes through, we get paid.
Good job, guys. Good teamwork, man.
Darren's team has done it. The dangerous track is leveled out and ready to roll.
Everybody did an excellent job. Good job, boys. Let's clean this thing up. We want everything on time, every time. Is that our train coming?
Jay's massive train rolls smoothly over the tracks.
We're on the home stretch for sure. Couple more miles to go and we're done.
The paper train makes it through this stretch, but it's still got a long way to go before it reaches its final destination.
ON 1809 South, entering North Cautionary Limit Sign, Cochrane Junction. It's important for us to get in there so that the yard shift can put the train together.
The train pulls into Cochrane. Here, yard workers will hook dozens more cars to Jay's train, turning it into a 90-car, 1.5 kilometre giant. Only then can the train and its newsprint head to Toronto and on to North America.
I gotta cut our train off here and put some handbrakes on and go over to the shop track.
Jay's day is far from done.
It's not unheard of for it to be 90 to 100 cars. It's easily the longest and biggest train we have on the system.
Not only do they risk losing the light, but a storm is set to hit.
They're calling for freezing rain tonight too, so we gotta watch out where we step now and be careful getting on and off the cars.
On shift is trainee conductor, Trevor Tobico, and he's feeling the pressure.
Got a lot of paperwork. It's gonna be a pretty busy night tonight. I'm just a conductor trainee right now, so I've been trainee for about maybe a month now. There's a lot more to it than what I thought. I'm not too sure where that one's going to. I'm a little lost right now. This is gonna be the hardest part to figure out. We get a train journal every day. We gotta make up the trains. And it shows where everything is, and what we gotta decide is how we're gonna get them out on the line the fastest.
Engineers have to attach the new cars to Jay's train in a specific order.
Big game of Tetris with a few 100 tons each.
The crew must break the train apart and direct the yard locomotives to shunt cars backwards and forwards through multiple switches.
One more 18.9.
Until they are all in the right place.
Just gotta line this switch so we can bring the engines up to the shop track. If I can get it unlocked.
Building a train this big is tough at the best of times. But it's about to get a whole lot tougher as storm clouds gather.
It looks like it'll just be snow, but under it could be a sheet of ice, and you're getting off a car and you step on that and you could get lucky and just miss it, or you could fall in the track. That's one thing you gotta watch out for.
The snow and ice start to take their toll.
3 switches frozen there, guys.
The weather's been kind of funky. All the snow gets in the switch and it's just frozen solid. We can't turn them anymore. We gotta get them all shipped out underneath.
Without these switches, Trevor can't build the train. So he takes matters into his own hands. Finally, they clear the switches.
Good to go.
But with the snowstorm bearing down on them, they must move fast.
And you got 8 cars to switch.
Before long, Trevor's moving cars around the yard like a fully fledged conductor.
And 2 cars. It's gonna be a bit of an experience to get used to. A lot of the guys say I'm catching on quick, having fun, I'm enjoying it.
After a long evening's work, they've beaten the snow and ice. The monster paper train is built and ready to leave.
We've got our leg of the journey done from Hearst to Cochrane. It's important that we got here with our train today.
Its precious cargo of newsprint will now head south, where it will be turned into newspapers for the masses.
It'll be headed to places like New York Times, Toronto Star, Chicago Tribune, probably a few other papers across North America.
Canada's most extreme stretch of railroad snakes over 1,000 kilometers. It's a backbone of steel that connects remote towns and far-flung communities.
It's a lifeline, in a sense, for Northern Ontario. It's almost a survival thing for them.
The Ontario Northland Railway is one of the world's most northerly rail networks, a gateway to the Arctic. Almost 100 towns and villages are connected in the stunning frozen north, a draw for tourists and a vital lifeline for First Nations communities. From Moosonee, down through the freight hub of Cochrane, branches spider out across Ontario to towns such as Iroquois Falls, Hearst and Timmins. The line extends as far south as North Bay.
This train is a link for them. There is no road, they can't get in and out, so the train is vital for them. They depend on it.
In one of the harshest environments on Earth, it takes an elite team.
Perfect. Dead on.
To keep this railroad running. Only the toughest recruits can face the freeze. This railroad not only ships thousands of tons of freight each year, it also operates one of the world's northernmost passenger trains, the Polar Bear Express. This is one of the last trains that people can still flag down in the wilderness. It has connected the remote communities here for 55 years and runs all year round. Most of the year, there's no road up to the last stop on the line, Moosonee. So the Polar Bear Express also holds vital supplies and vehicles to keep the communities here moving.
The railway from Moosonee to Cochrane is extremely important. The system is a lifeline for us.
Many communities live entirely off-grid here, all year round. Michael and Ann Wesley run a traditional First Nations retreat close to Moosonee.
The French River is that way. We're not going to the French River. We're going fishing down by the cabin.
Visitors from the south come here to explore the wilderness and experience off-grid living.
I just love the land up here. The tranquility. It's unique to the world. You don't find a lot of that going around nowadays.
It's just far away from the rat races I can go. A Cree tradition, our heritage. We hunt for ourselves, we fish for ourselves. Come on, fishy.
Visitors are a key part of the economy for this community. And in winter, the Polar Bear Express is the best way for them to reach Moosonee. Today, the railroad crew is gearing up to shuttle a group of explorers north.
It's a very unique experience for us. We've never done this before. It's just as much a cultural trip as a ski trip, too.
The Polar Bear Express team will set out from Cochrane. It's a 6-hour journey north, with little chance of rescue in the wilderness. Through blizzards and a stunning landscape, the train is often the only way in or out of the frozen town of Moosonee.
Weather here, it can be wonderful 1 minute, cold the next minute. You could freeze your feet, your hands, hypothermia if you're not wearing the proper clothes. The consequences would be bad.
Once the train leaves Cochrane, it's on its own in the wilderness. A team of mechanics race to ensure it's ready to face the elements.
We got to really make sure we don't mess up on these, because if the engine dies on the line, the guys don't have anything to keep them warm. So we got to make sure that these engines stay tip-top shape.
Everything looks good, there's no oil.
This is a train overhaul on steroids.
Okay, so we drained the lube oil filter housing. So we'll sign that one off.
The list of jobs is extensive, from checking the 1,000-litre cooling system for leaks to changing oil filters the size of dustbins.
We don't change the oil, we just change the filters. Perfect.
The locomotive engine works very differently to the average car engine. On a train, the engine does not drive the wheels directly. It drives an electrical generator, which powers traction motors on each of the axles, turning the wheels. This system means no gearbox is needed. Simply raising the current to the motors increases the power to the wheels.
This inspection is really important. Our winter times are our hardest months. The locomotives are usually breaking down in the winter, and we have very little supply, so we need to get this one going. All right, man, it's time to fire these things up and make sure everything's running right.
The mechanics fire up the 2,000 horsepower engine to ensure it's running smooth and strong. But there's a problem.
Not good. Turn that off. Not good.
The engine has shut itself down. The mechanics scramble to find the fault and fix it before the loco needs to leave for Moosonee.
We're gonna move fast.
Okay, I'll go check the oil.
Outside at the station, the explorers wait to board the train for their journey north into the frozen wilderness. Team leader Frank briefs the team.
If someone falls in the water, you throw the float at the person. If you go under the water and the current takes you, sorry guys, that's it, bye-bye.
But these intrepid explorers are going nowhere until Jared and Phil hunt down and fix the fault on the Polar Bear Express.
EMS is off.
Yeah, we need it on. Yeah, that controls all the fuel management.
Their investigation finally reveals the critical problem.
So it's shut down on insufficient oil pressure.
Oh. What breaker did I miss?
The system's oil pressure has fallen through the floor. If it had not shut down, it could have blown the engine.
There's no oil pressure in the locomotive. We're gonna have to get that checked out, because if there's no oil pressure, the locomotive can't go today.
Switches are flicked. Dipsticks are dipped.
Is it holding 20 pounds?
It's holding 20.
Until finally...
Turn over.
Changing the filters temporarily lowered the oil pressure and shut down the engine. The oil's replenished and the pressure builds up. The locomotive is good to go.
It seems to be running good now, and it's sensing oil pressure. Gonna be good to go on the track. Hose her up. Good job, man. Time to get this train on the tracks.
The freshly fixed locomotive heads up the 6 carriages of the Polar Bear Express. The yard crew race to load up the equipment and skidoos for the big journey north. The massive 2,000 horsepower engine roars to life. This is one extreme train. The Polar Bear Express locomotive rolls on 4 axles and 8 wheels. Capable of speeds over 100 kilometers per hour. It produces enough electricity to power almost 1,000 homes. And it can haul dozens of passenger cars for over 800 kilometers without stopping.
Back on the move, heading to Moosonee.
The 300-kilometer journey will have not 1, but 2 train engineers in the cab. Sheldon Renault will switch with Jerry Miller halfway.
It's such a long day, you know, it helps out a lot.
A major snowstorm is forecast to roll in later today, which will make this journey a challenge.
We've seen some pretty big storms. We've always ran through them. Heavy snow. Visibility is not the greatest. They close the roads up north here quite often. Any heavy snowstorms, they close them down. They just can't keep up with the snowfall and cleaning them.
The storm is expected to dump up to 1 meter of snow, but closing the railway is not an option. To keep the line open, the team will need every weapon in their arsenal to clear the snow and get the Polar Bear Express through to Moosonee. Their biggest weapon, a fleet of 9 snow fighters.
This job isn't for everybody, only for the tough at heart.
These hardcore hydraulic-powered snow-busting beasts can punch through mountains of snow. They're equipped with special blowers that suck up and spit out tons of snow each minute. Snow fighter driver Chris Krasowski and his trainee Steve are already at the wheel. It's a constant battle to keep on top of the relentless snowfall. With yet another storm on the way, it's vital they clear as much as they can.
Well, if you don't keep on top of the snow here, it's going to go right over the tracks. It's going to interfere with our trains. When the trains are moving, we're all making money. When the trains are stopped, then there's questions to be asked. This is what we're paid to do. That snow may look white to you, but it's green to us. Oh.
But the snow fighter team has a problem.
Nothing.
The hydraulics that power the blower stop working.
Here we go again.
If they can't fix the machine and clear the line, the train won't get through to Moosonee. On the Polar Bear Express, drivers Sheldon and Jerry power through the frozen wilderness.
Only 175 more miles to go.
Conductor Chris Beedman is responsible for the safety of the adventurers on board, heading north to explore the icy landscape with the Moose Cree First Nation.
There are still a lot of people that do like to come up and see their way of living. And that's why these skiers are going up. They really want to get a look at it and see their way of life.
But living off-grid comes with risks.
You really got to take care of yourself when you're out there in the wild like this, because it's a harsh land up there. We ship food in and out, but they still like fishing and trapping, and basically still living off the land, which is great. But they have the train to get in and out, and that's their lifeline.
As the Polar Bear Express pushes north,
This is what they call the old lady smoke.
Anne Wesley prepares the camp for the visitors.
I'm going to try to make a fire here. Yeah, no. Just waiting for the skiers, gonna warm up their place for them, and hopefully it's a success. They've been doing it for a few years, and it's called Ski with the Cree. Well, we don't help them ski, we just watch them. You know? No, they come here to learn some traditional stuff and some traditional way of life and come to have fun with us people. Look at that, fire, fire, fire. You know?
The timber cabins here have added insulation for the uninitiated southerners.
We'll make it nice in here for them. They got their mattresses coming. That's where they're gonna sleep. This is what we use out in the bush. I think they'll like it. They'll stay toasty warm most of the night. They won't have to get up 3 or 4 times to stoke the fire.
Anne needs to work fast to prepare the camp. The explorers are just a few hours away. In the railroad's engineering shed.
What is going on here?
Chris's broken snow fighter arrives for emergency surgery. The machine is losing hydraulic oil.
Hydraulic oil is like blood. It runs to every function of the system to make it work. So without blood, you can't work. Same as a machine.
The snow fighter engine drives a hydraulic pump, which rotates at high speed. This forces over 700 litres of hydraulic oil per minute down a vast network of hoses. This pressure drives the blower and powers hydraulic cylinders that operate the plough and the wing shovels. But if a hydraulic hose to one of these pieces of machinery springs a leak, its operation will fail. If Chris cannot get the blower working, the storm may leave the train stranded in the wilderness. The Polar Bear Express makes good headway north towards Moosonee.
Where are you guys from?
Conductor Chris briefs the team on what to expect.
They have been spotting wolverines up here. You don't want to see any polar bears too close, so don't go near that. They're ferocious. They're coming in closer and closer. They're looking for food, eh? There's a lot of panic, eh, when that happens.
These explorers are not only being drawn north to explore its extreme landscape, but also to learn about and better understand the ancient Cree culture that has existed here for millennia.
People need to know how other people live in other parts of the world. And it's really nice to see people coming up and enjoying what we do and understanding it and sharing our culture.
The Cree is the largest group of First Nations in Canada. Many traditionally follow the seasonal migration of their prey, fishing, hunting and trapping game. Living in semi-permanent lodges, they travelled by canoe when open water allowed, and by snowshoe and toboggan in the winter months. Today, the Moose Cree First Nation continues to keep traditional practices and Cree culture alive.
Are we okay? Everybody ready?
Michael and Anne's knowledge of the land and the Moose River is essential to keep visitors here safe in the harsh environment.
The main trail is right here if you want to go on the main trail.
The most dangerous thing of being out there in the open is probably the wind chill factor. Things freeze pretty quick. In your face, you won't really feel it. If your ear is exposed, you won't really feel it. It'll just freeze quickly.
Michael guides explorers along the Moose River, which is frozen this time of year.
A lot of times, things can go wrong. Snow machine can break down. I fell into the ice one time. And, luckily, the last thing I grabbed was my trusty lighter. I was able to make a fire. Yeah, we survived. We try not to take them to too much of an extreme out there. You know, we try to they can enjoy it as much as they can. And if they wanted that extreme adventure, sure, we'll take it to them.
On board the Polar Bear Express, the oncoming storm looks set to close all other routes north.
In the wintertime up here, they shut the highways down more often now ahead of time. They close it down more out of precaution.
you know, so they don't end up having a vehicle collision or something, or fatalities. You don't want to be out there on the highways, that's for sure.
It's critical the line remains open. It's the only way those on board will make it to Moosonee. Throughout the winter, an army of more than 120 track maintenance crew check every centimetre of the railroad to find and fix sections of damaged track. Snow and ice warp the rails and pull apart the joints. It's a constant battle to keep the track in shape.
Yeah, right under that hose, gotta come up.
Track Inspector Rich Ferguson and his team are gearing up to repair a section of track before the next storm rolls in.
So here we have a hump. If we ran our eye along the rail, this is a hump here.
Rich has discovered a series of dips in this section of track.
A 3-inch hole, that's a deep one.
It's less like a railroad and more like a roller coaster.
Yeah, right there.
As winter bites on the railroad, the entire track is in flux. The ground beneath literally moves, causing the metal rails to warp and twist. This remarkable phenomenon is called frost heave.
It's just starting to all move now. The next few weeks, it's going to change a lot. Could get dangerous. Could have a derailment. A severe spot, the train could derail.
During summer, thawed groundwater collects beneath the track in pools. As the brutal subarctic winter bites and temperatures plummet to -40, the water freezes and expands. It pushes up the earth and dangerously buckles the track to form humps and dips. When these grow too large, the couplings between the train cars are put under huge pressure until they finally break apart.
Good chance the train could uncouple. The train could lose half their train. So we're trying to avoid that.
Luckily, Rich spots this troublesome track before it could derail the Polar Bear Express.
Well, the colder it gets, the hump could get worse.
It takes about 5 hours for the train to get from Cochrane to Moosonee. We don't want it to be 10 hours, right? Passengers would get very upset.
Rich and his crew have their work cut out to complete the fix so the train can pass through.
We have to protect the train, protect the track. Try to keep the train safe, everybody on it.
On board the Polar Bear Express, drivers Sheldon and Jerry know how quickly small track defects can become dangerous in the extreme conditions of the north.
Go over an open joint, broken rail, and 9 times out of 10, nothing will ever happen, and it won't derail you or anything like that, but you need to get it addressed and fixed, because in the long run, it can cause problems and cause a derailment.
If we hear something out of the ordinary, we call it in. Like, you let them know so that they can go and check it out.
As they power north, the storm starts to bite. And in the engineering yard, the pressure mounts on Chris and his mechanic to fix the faulty snowfighter.
Yeah, the 2 buttons on towards the engine and the 1 towards me. 3 at once.
The hydraulic system that powers the snowblower is leaking, leaving this critical machine powerless.
That's where it's coming out. We're trying to get this done as fast as we can, but we can move that snow on the main line.
It takes an hour of poking.
Is that good?
And prodding.
Was it the O-ring?
Yeah.
To identify the problem. An O-ring or rubber seal has perished, causing the fluid to leak.
There's the broken O-ring. This is the reason why I'm down. one O-ring. Without the O-ring, we have no brooms.
It's just gonna leak hydraulic oil.
Mechanic Chris strips down the hydraulic hose and replaces the O-ring. Only when they fire up the fighter will they know if their fix has worked.
Hey! Nothing came out.
Nothing's coming out. No.
Perfect. I took care of it. It was the O-ring, so I was right on that. Okay.
The snow fighter is ready to do battle once more. Chris races to get out on the track and clear a path for the Polar Bear Express. One of the northernmost regular passenger train services, the Polar Bear Express has been running between Cochrane and Moosonee since 1964. It's almost the world's last remaining train service which passengers can actually flag down to stop and runs all year round. For over 50 years, the Polar Bear Express has carried a dining car, serving breakfast, lunch and dinner. Today, the service is still critical for the northern communities and was used by over 52,000 passengers last year. On board the train, Sheldon and Jerry pin their hopes on the storm holding off. The northern section of track can be treacherous.
There's some bad curves, some bad big hills, stuff like that, and it gets pretty bad in the winter. You don't want to really tempt fate if it's that badly out there.
Further north, Rich and the track crew race the clock to fix a section of dangerously warped track.
The cars on the train could uncouple. He could lose half his train or his whole train.
These humps and hollows are caused by frost heave, the freezing and expanding of water beneath the tracks.
The frost penetrated the ground, it froze the water underneath the ground, caused the ground to move, and it created a hump. Other spots it'll sink, and we're gonna run out the hump, so there's less of a jolt for the train.
Rich uses blocks of compressed wood, called shims, to even out the track.
Sometimes we have them that thick, like 2 inches, 3-inch shims. This is like 3/4 inch. Or just a temporary fix while we have a frost heave.
The team will jack up the track where it dips down to form a hollow, then hammer in wooden wedges. These shims hold the rails in place and smooth out the gradient. But this can only be a temporary fix. In spring, when the frozen water beneath the track melts, the shimmed sections will be left high and dry until the track team return to remove the shims.
Come springtime, they have to come out. Otherwise, that'll stay up. When this goes down, that'll stay up. It'll be backwards. It'll be like reverse from what we have right now.
Fixing the track is a relentless battle. The moment the team complete a repair, Mother Nature sends them back to square one.
Up here, they're shimming a lot more. Up north, they got colder weather, and normally they shim pretty much all winter long here. So we're just digging it out so then we can get the shim under at the highest spot. So then it's not a hole anymore, so it's gradual up for the train.
It's a back-breaking 20-minute fight to fix the first hump.
That's one spot, 11 more to go.
Rich and his crew now need to pull out all the stops.
So we have a lot more to do. We are behind right now.
The Polar Bear Express is bearing down on them. It's hit the halfway mark, and it's time for drivers Jerry and Sheldon to switch over.
Time to work.
Becoming stranded out in the frozen wilderness could be deadly for the crew and passengers. The Polar Bear Express is equipped with life-saving supplies that should help conductors like Tyler O'Grady keep everyone safe until help arrives if a train gets stuck.
This is where they keep the tools in this baggage car, just a few things we might need along our journey. Sledgehammers, you never know when you need stuff like that.
These crucial supplies are stored in tough metal cabinets that are custom fabricated here in the railroad's engineering workshop.
I'm a sheet metal mechanic, and I do a lot of the custom work. So everything has to be sometimes tweaked, modified to suit the situation at hand. This is a large locker. It's 6 feet by 3 feet by 12 feet long. It's going to handle, I believe, the emergency survival equipment in the event of any kind of derailment or breakdown. There's going to be a large tent, chainsaws, survival gear that they can set up, a system to house people.
Sheet metal worker Dan Peters custom builds lockers, doors, and ventilation panels. Every cabinet must be extremely robust to protect its contents.
It has to be made heavy enough that it's going to take any jarring, rattling, years of vibration. You build it hoping that you never have to use it.
Some lockers are engineered to hold special cargo.
This one is the gun cabinet, and it's designed because it's going to Northern Ontario, that there is still people that are going up on hunting trips and different things like that. So for the safety reason, they have to be locked up.
Dan is now one of the last custom fabricators left working with sheet metal on the railroad.
There was at one time about 7 sheet metal mechanics working in this shop. There's only one other person that is a sheet metal mechanic on the property. It is a bit of a dying trade because of just the situation of doing things by hand is not so much what we do as a society anymore. It has become a custom thing.
It takes 16 hours to handcraft this locker, so it's ready for the railroad. On board the Polar Bear Express, engineers Jerry and Sheldon are counting on the track crew to fix the rails, and the Snowfighter to clear the northern section of line. In the baggage car, Tyler checks on the survival equipment in case they run into trouble.
So this holds fusees in case an emergency. So if you use them for flagging the train, if you were to break down, you could run out and you put one ahead of the train and one behind the train. So, or the other thing you use them for is if you got a frozen lock in the winter. That's something that happens, a switch lock. You can't get the lock open, you can heat it with the fusee.
Passengers and crew should be safe, even if they become stranded in the wilderness. At the camp, Anne prepares for the passengers' arrival.
I'm cooking up some moose stew. This is from a young bull. Probably about a year or 2 years old, this bull. So the meat is going to be very, very tender, juicy. Very good meat. Any wild meat dish is traditional here. You can have goose, moose, even some people have beaver, rabbit stew. It's the land that provides us our food. That is all on there. I'll put this on the stove and we'll let it boil for about an hour.
The Polar Bear Express is pushing north, and it's making good time. Rich's track team are racing against the clock to beat the storm and the oncoming train. So he's brought in reinforcements.
Right now we have 2 crews together doing these shim spots because right now we're behind.
They have almost smoothed out the bumpy rail, but the storm is closing in.
We got it to where we wanted it. Now we just got to finish filling in the holes.
The team must also check the gauge, the distance between the tracks. This must be exactly 143.5 centimeters, or the train wheels would slip from the rails.
They give it a final inspection.
It's taken nearly 2 hours. It's the moment of truth for Rich, as he checks if the track is straight enough.
The best way to do it is just get down and look. Oh yeah, beautiful. Good. Yeah, that's nice. So we made this hump less of a jolt for the train now. It'll be more gradual.
Perfect.
The track crew clear out the way, allowing the Polar Bear Express to power north over the repaired rails with not a bump or a bang. But the further north they travel, the thicker the snow becomes.
It's a good amount of snow, and it will slow us down a little bit, like having to plow through it. When you get a big dump like this, it can hinder you. The snow builds up, and we're plowing snow right now, so. The snow fighter that clears the snow, he's in Moosonee. By the time he gets down here, it's gonna take him a while to push it out.
Come on, Pokey, let's go. Okay, ready to rock and roll?
With his snow fighter fixed, driver Chris and his trainee wingman Steve must work fast to clear the line. They must punch a hole for the Polar Bear Express, or the train will get stranded.
It's never an easy day with you.
Thank you.
Do you have that screwdriver?
No, I get back to the mechanic. Oh, I should have kept it.
Then I'd be known as that guy that takes things off the mechanic and don't give them back.
No, he would have said keep it. See some snow fly here.
It's plow down time.
Golly.
Trainee Steve needs to avoid taking out signs as the wings push the snow out and away from the track.
Watch that sign that you hit earlier. You can pick your friends, but you can't pick your wingmen. Okay, we're digging here though. You gotta bring this up.
Steve must constantly adjust the depth of his wings to avoid damaging the track.
Put your wing up, it's too deep. You gotta go a little fast and throw the snow in the bush. Speed helps. You're not digging no holes, you're not hitting no signs.
For trainee Steve, it's a steep learning curve.
You hit that sign, I'm hitting you, that's it.
If you hit me in a dream, you better wake up and apologize.
But Chris sees potential.
See, one day you'll be sitting here doing this, teaching some young buck. Maybe your son.
Maybe your son.
As they push north, the drifts get deeper and deeper.
Ah, my worst day.
This section of track is notorious for snow buildup.
This is where the snow drifts are every year, right here, for the next 3 miles. We're going to hit some deep snow. You're going to see some snow fly. There we go.
When the snow drifts at this deep, it can take several passes to clear the line. Chris has been fighting the snow here for 27 years, and his experience makes all the difference.
This is where it gets bad on my beat, right here. Coming up to another big spot here. It's thick.
After more than 2 hours pushing snow, Chris and Steve have cleared the track.
Put your damn tail up. You're going to get a taste of my backhand again.
No digging, no ditching.
Perfect. Those slaps to the forehead help then, eh?
Trainee Steve shows signs of having what it takes to one day become a prize snow fighter.
He did a fine job. He had a good teacher.
Thanks. Thank you.
Maybe one day he can be as good as me. Time will tell. Just another day in the office.
The Polar Bear Express pushes on through the final leg to the northern outpost of Moosonee.
We're almost there, and we're gonna get the passengers to where they need to go, so it all works out.
Sheldon guides the train to the end of the line and the most northerly station on the railroad.
And that'll do, 18.6, stop.
It's mission complete for engineers Jerry and Sheldon. Now it's down to Frank to make sure his team leaves none of their critical survival gear on the train.
That looks like yours. Are those your skis there? Everything's well. Looks like we got all our bags, I hope. Have we got them all? Where's Marcy? How many are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. We got 7 people and all the bags. Now all we need is a driver. There's Anne.
Anne arrives to take the team up to the camp.
Nice to see you, my dear.
How you doing?
This is Henry. That's Anne.
I'm Anne. I won't remember all your names, but welcome to Moosonee, people. Welcome to Moosonee.
Ahead are 5 days of exploring the spectacular wilderness and gaining a deeper understanding of Moose Cree First Nation culture.
We've never gone this far north, and we just wanted to see what it's like.
After a hearty meal of Anne's moose stew.
Who shot the moose, do we know?
This one here is from an accident on the road.
The team heads out to learn the age-old technique of ice fishing on the Moose River.
If they don't catch a fish, they can't go home. Yeah.
Anne's technique may be a little unorthodox.
You gotta sing to them, okay? Yeah, you get down and you go in the hole. They'll come now. Fishing is not only a sport, but it's a part of life here.
The Southerners gain friends for life.
This is special.
I've learned to relax and not fret about things.
I've had some different foods to eat that I've never had before. Yeah. We had moose stew.
We're not sure what we're going to have tonight.
I think moose.
Yes. I don't know, could be.
A big part of the learning is to understand the impact of trying to westernize their culture. There's a lot to be learned both ways.
After an epic 6-hour mission, the explorers from the south have made it 300 kilometers north into the wilderness.
Come on, fishy.
Some people come up here with an open mind and really enjoy the culture that we have to offer.
Deep in the frozen north, one of Canada's most extreme railroads snakes over 1,000 kilometers across the tundra. Built almost 120 years ago, the Ontario Northland Railway is one of the world's most northerly rail networks. Almost 100 towns and villages are connected in the frozen north, a vital lifeline for First Nations communities and industry. From Moosonee to the freight hub of Cochrane, branches spider out across the province to communities such as Hearst and Timmins. The line extends as far south as North Bay. This crucial supply route is a lifeline for the most inhospitable parts of the country.
This train is a link for them. If there is no road, you can't get in and out, so the train is vital for them. They depend on it. That's their lifeline.
But in one of the harshest environments on Earth, it takes a hardcore team.
When it's continuously snowing, it's almost next to impossible on some days.
Perfect. Head on.
Come on, guys, we gotta get this done quick.
And a fleet of mega machines.
Hold up.
To keep this railroad running.
I love it.
6 a.m. at Hurst Yard. Veteran conductor Jay Faldine and engineer Mike Black are gearing up for a critical supply run. They need to ship a consignment of hundreds of tons of fuel to the frozen north. This vital cargo is needed by a First Nation community of around 1,500 residents to heat their homes, schools, and hospitals.
There's a lot of isolated communities in the north here that they really depend on the train. It's a lifeline. It's pretty vital that we get the fuel up there as quick as possible. What time you figure we're in today there, Mikey?
Probably should be in around 1 o'clock.
Jay's been a conductor on these trains for 18 years, but he didn't start out on the railways.
I worked in my brother's tattoo shop off and on for roughly 7 years, doing the body piercing actually. But once I hired on here, it became my dream job.
Jay and Mike have been working together for over 10 years.
It is a brotherhood. Well, Mike's a good mate to have for sure. I can think of a lot more good trips I've had with him than bad ones.
Mike and Jay will need to bring their A game today. Their cargo is the most dangerous load the ONR haul. Tanks of diesel, jet fuel, and highly flammable gasoline.
In essence, they're little rolling bombs where a good day could turn into something catastrophic.
Each 18-meter-long tank contains nearly 100,000 litres of liquid fuel, the equivalent of over 200,000 sticks of dynamite.
It does raise the stakes a little bit more when you've got the amount of flammable and dangerous cars on your train. Things can really go sideways.
From Hurst, Jay and Mike must haul their dangerous cargo up a notoriously steep climb outside Kappa's casing to arrive in Cochrane by nightfall. A second team will then take over to haul it from Cochrane to a fuel depot in the far north at Moosonee. From here, a convoy of trucks must then drive it to the remote community of Attawapiskat along a treacherous ice road. But with warmer weather approaching, the ice road will soon melt. It's vital that this huge consignment of fuel arrives before the roads are too dangerous to pass.
It's kind of getting dicey whether they can get up there, so it's a little more critical this time of year. It's kind of getting down to the crunch.
The pressure's on. And to make matters worse, Jay and Mike will have to battle intense blizzards and steep, winding tracks.
It's always a lot tougher. Everybody's got to kind of be on their toes when the weather's like it is today. You can push everything to the limit.
Over 300 kilometers north, at the fuel depot in Moosonee, yard manager Tony Turner is preparing for this vital delivery.
This is actually a nice day.
Minus 12, wind chill minus 22. Chilly is 30. Yeah, so right now, like, we're waiting for this product to come in.
The fuel will power planes, trucks and cars, as well as heating schools, and most critically, the hospital in Attawapiskat.
We're probably going to haul about maybe 150,000 liters of product. We haul lots up the north for people, for heating, equipment, businesses, hospitals up there, ambulance spaces, schools.
The fuel depot is a supersized gas station. Fuel comes in by train, and Tony pumps it from the rail cars into huge storage tanks.
Fuel's gonna leave here and go into those 6 tanks right there.
A separate pumping station will fill the trucks that haul it across the ice road to its final destination. This next run will be the last chance to get fuel north before the ice road melts. After that, there will be no deliveries by truck until the road freezes again next winter.
Warmer weather is predicted for next week, so it don't take long for the ice roads to disappear when the warm weather comes. The road's gone, the road's gone.
This is the most critical load of the entire season.
Yeah, we try to keep everybody as full as they can before breakup. That way they get enough fuel to last.
In the south, Jay's fuel train is making good progress.
Once we get over the little hill here, we should be all right.
But up ahead lies their first major challenge. A steep hill just outside the small town of Kapuskasing. With slippery snow coating the tracks, this is going to be an uphill battle.
There are some hills that we've got to deal with. The more loads we have on, or the heavier the train, the harder it is for us.
Pulling their 113-ton train is an 18-meter-long, 3,000 horsepower diesel-electric locomotive. Its beating heart is a huge 16-cylinder turbocharged engine that guzzles up to 9 liters of diesel every single minute. But this doesn't drive the wheels. The engine connects to a central generator that produces electricity. This feeds 4 powerful electric traction motors below. And these turn the locomotive's wheels. On a good day, these monster machines should motor up even this steep hill. But today isn't a good day for Mike and Jay.
We've got a traction motor cut out, which basically reduces the pulling power of the train by about 25%.
And the problem with these engines are they almost have too much power for their weight. So when you're trying to pull, they spin really easily. And today with the weather, they're getting snow, it'll skip the snow on the rail. So when you're going slow, every time you try to pull it, you end up spinning. It's definitely going to be a challenge.
With a heavy, underpowered train, they slow to a crawl.
Ah, boy.
We're really struggling on the hill here.
Come on, Mikey, get her going, buddy. You got this.
We've lost quite a lot of speed. Really hoping that we can break the top of the hill, but there's a long ways to go before we get there.
If they can't reach the top of the hill, it will be a disaster. The ice road trucks are waiting for this vital haul of fuel. It has to make it on time, even if it means offloading some of their other less vital cargo.
Hopefully we do make it out of here, but if we don't, we'll have to go back and we'll have to get rid of some tonnage so we can actually get out of Kapuskasing.
While Mike and Jay's fuel train battles the hill outside Kapuskasing, in the far north, Bill Henry is gearing up to inspect the condition of the ice road, the final leg of the fool's long journey.
Minus 16, sun's out. That's a perfect day on the James Bay Winter Road.
This road runs from the end of the freight line at Moosonee to the remote community at Attawapiskat. Bill oversees its construction in December and is in charge of repairs. He must also ensure it is at least 1 meter thick. A convoy of 5 48-ton trucks will haul the fuel north across this ice highway. So it's vital the road is hazard-free and strong enough to take the load.
The road is a lifeline for the north communities because it does bring in a lot of supplies and equipment to the north.
First Nations communities have been transporting goods over ice for centuries. But in the 1930s, as mining industries began to expand north, they needed to transport heavy machinery through the frozen wilderness. Enterprising mining companies created caterpillar sleds called tractor trains. These machines would haul huge loads across the frozen lakes. But these were treacherous crossings, and many men and machines fell victim to an icy grave. Ontario's ice roads now carry around 17 million litres of fuel and 1,500 truckloads of supplies during a critical 3-month weather window every year. Bill's team have built the ice road out of layers of compacted snow and ice. But heavy traffic and variable weather can quickly degrade the road, so it needs constant maintenance. And there are plenty of other dangers.
Oh, looks like we got a broken down vehicle. Hazard. Obviously, he blew a tire. Chances are he doesn't have a spare, so chances are they're gonna go get a spare tire and come back and retrieve the truck. We got debris here, there's nails sticking out. Yeah, I'll place a cone out in the northbound lane just for awareness.
Driving through the frozen wilderness on roads made out of ice isn't for the faint-hearted.
It can be quite dangerous. If you have no experience driving on ice or snow, then you shouldn't be driving. My father taught me to drive on ice. I bounced off a few snowbanks and I went skidding on ice, and you learn how to drive on ice real quick. Yeah, it's definitely a different way of living up here.
While Bill continues his ice road patrol north, on the tracks, Jay and Mike are still battling the Kapuskasing climb.
One of the biggest problems you have with a train is gravity.
With an engine down and a cargo of highly flammable fuel, they may not make it.
We've just got a slow pull here.
It's really holding us back a lot. Oh, we're losing a lot of speed. We're struggling pretty hard on this one.
Freight trains can easily pull monster loads along the flat. But even a slight rise of a metre every 2 metres of track can cause them problems. Steel wheels don't have much grip on steel rails. And when pulling loads of up to 6,000 tonnes uphill, they can easily start to spin. For engineer Mike, it's a delicate balance. He has to apply just enough power to keep the train moving, but not so much that the wheels spin on the icy rails. With their speed dropping, it's touch and go whether they'll make it. Eventually, after 8 kilometers of slow climbing, they reach the top.
Nicely done, Michael.
Starting to doubt that one for a minute. Doing a lot of spinning, couldn't get the thing going, but it all come together and we got out, so pretty happy about that.
Never had a doubt, Mike.
With the hill behind them, Mike picks up speed. But having solved one problem, it's now a race against the clock to get back on schedule and reach Cochrane on time. On the ice road, Bill is still on patrol. The deeper he ventures into the wilderness, the more unpredictable the ice can be. He's now reached the kilometre-long ice bridge that takes the road across the mighty Albany River.
So what we're driving on, the majority is flood ice. Or just more or less just a long ice bridge.
Immediately, Bill spots a problem.
As you can see on the sides here, this is where all the damage happened from the big tide.
Recent warm weather and high tides on the river have dangerously weakened the road.
It's not safe right now for large loads or heavy traffic. Potentially, they won't fall through and disappear. If it's fuel, then yeah, it could be catastrophic. You don't want to go and spill 30,000 liters of gasoline or diesel fuel in the river, because these rivers are people's way of life. They hunt on these rivers, they fish these rivers, more or less, they live off these rivers.
Bill urgently needs to repair the ice bridge. If it's too weak, he'll have to shut the road, and the fuel convoy won't make it through to Atawapiskat. On the fuel train,
ON 2200 south, 1 mile past near limit Scotland.
Jay and Mike have completed the first leg of the journey.
Nothing went boom.
Just the way I like it.
Despite being a motor down, they've made it to Cochrane on schedule.
There was a couple moments there where I thought we might end up having to go for a walk to reduce some of our tonnage, but, 3 miles an hour is better than 0. We got the fuel in on time, and it's able to connect with the train going up to Moosonee.
Jay and Mike's shift may be done, but in less than 24 hours' time, the fuel train has to make the tough 300-kilometer run north to Moosonee. To do that, it will need all of its traction motors at full power.
All right, guys, you ready to jack the locomotive up? Yeah, away you go.
Brian Malherbe is the superintendent in charge of making the fix. The pressure's on.
We need to get this train back up and running. We have one shift to get this traction motor changed out and this horsepower ready so that there'll be enough horsepower to pull all the fuel up north. We're going to get our machinists on it right away today and get things done.
To fix the motor, Brian has to do some locomotive open heart surgery.
All set?
Ready to go. All good.
The electric traction motors that drive the wheels are mounted directly onto the wheel sets beneath, called the trucks. To reach them, Brian has to jack the entire 113-ton locomotive up to separate it from the truck with the broken motor. Only then can he replace it with a working one.
For jacking the locomotive up, each one of those yellow jacks will lift 35 tons.
35 tons is the same as 16 SUVs, so Brian's team must work slowly and carefully.
Just have 2 or 3 different sets of holes.
If the jacks don't move at the same speed on either side, the 113-ton train could topple over.
So here comes a freight loco there now.
Once the truck is clear, Brian's team shunt the locomotive over to the machine shop to make the fix.
We're going to remove the traction motor out of the truck behind me, and we're going to reinstall a new one, and we're going to get going to do that now.
"420 kilometers north, Bill Henry is racing to fix the dangerous ice bridge across the Albany River.
A large vehicle traveling on this area of the road could damage the road or fall through. Their chances are that it could break.
If he can't fix it fast, the convoy of trucks won't be able to reach Atawapiskat to deliver their vital fuel.
It's not safe, so right now we're repairing it. We've cleared a portion of it with a large loader, and right now we're resurfacing it by a water truck.
Repairing an ice road is nothing like repairing a traditional asphalt road. The process is called ice capping.
Ice capping is when you take water from a river and then just slowly spray it out onto the road. It creates an ice sheet on the top of the packed snow.
The ice that makes up the road isn't thick enough to support a heavy vehicle. So Bill uses specialized water trucks to drill beneath the ice and pump water from the river below. The truck then sprays it onto the road surface. The sub-zero temperatures quickly freeze it solid, making the road thicker. But it will take many passers to make the road strong enough to take fully loaded tankers.
Yeah, we're just trying to fix it best to what we can.
Bill won't know if his fix has worked until he comes back tomorrow to measure the thickness of the ice. If the ice bridge still isn't strong enough, the fuel trucks won't be able to make their run north. And to make matters worse, a blizzard is blowing in. Heavy dumps of snow on ice can make driving on this frozen highway even more treacherous.
The storm coming Thursday, Friday, 2 days of snow, approximately 25 centimeters, 25 to 30 centimeters within 2 days. But we take Mother Nature as she comes, right?
In the engineering yard, Brian and his team of mechanics are ready to change out the traction motor.
Really careful.
The pressure's on. They need to get this train north before the storm hits.
Push that in. Okay.
Each motor costs up to $13,000. So there's no room for mistakes.
The guys just below us are putting the last couple bolts in, and we're gonna transport it back to the coach shop to reinstall with the locomotive.
After several hours of painstaking work, it's done. Brian's team quickly roll the truck back to the locomotive body. And reattach it.
So the guys did a great job today getting the traction motor changed out. This locomotive is now 100% ready.
The mighty Locomotive 2200 is back at full power and ready to roll north. The fuel train can finally set off for Moosonee with a new crew at the helm.
The run from Cochrane to Moosonee is 186 miles, so it takes us roughly almost 5 hours.
Conductor Dave Houston is hoping for a fast run. The impending storm looks like it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, they're calling for a storm watch, 25 centimeters of snow and 70-kilometer-an-hour winds.
But whatever the weather, the fuel has got to get through.
There's a big demand for the fuel right now. They want to ship as much as they can while the winter road is there. It'll probably start to melt, in the next few weeks, I would say, depending on the weather. This is potentially some of the last tanks that they'll be able to get shipped up there.
Dave's destination, Moosonee, is the end of the railroad line. No roads connect it with the rest of the country, so rail is the only way in. This means that the line passes through one of the most remote wildernesses in Canada. With a potentially dangerous cargo, Dave's got to stay alert.
There's derailments that can happen. Sometimes you can see a fault ahead of time, but definitely not in this weather for sure.
It's not just faults in the track Dave's got to look out for.
Definitely the fuel is the most dangerous thing that we haul. Just have to keep our eye on anything that might be dangerous and be ready to stop at a moment's notice.
On the road to Attawapiskat, Bill's on his way to check the repairs to the damaged ice bridge. It's down to him to make sure the fuel convoy can get through. If they don't make this run, no fuel will reach the hospital in Attawapiskat by road until next winter. Lives are on the line.
Today will be the decision whether we open up to heavier traffic, depending on the crossing of the North Channel of the Albany River.
Bill's team has pumped thousands of litres of water onto the road to thicken the ice. Now it's frozen solid. He needs to check if it's thick enough to support the convoy of 5 fuel trucks. With so much at stake, nothing can be left to chance.
Well, this is a ground penetrating radar unit, so it measures every 12 inches, and each measurement has a GPS coordinate. And those measurements from that machine get sent Wi-Fi via to the laptop, and then we record all that data. We'll drive about 10 kilometers an hour, towing this machine, and just measure ice. It determines whether we open this crossing to heavy loads.
The radar system automatically tells Bill exactly how deep the ice is. It has to reach a minimum thickness to be safe enough for fuel trucks to drive over. But subarctic conditions and modern technology don't always mix.
Why is it taking so long to pick it up?
No, just the Wi-Fi, that part of it could be getting old, I don't know. There we got some bars there now. Huh? We got some bars here now, but still searching here. Yeah. Strap it up, we'll try again. It's all good there now, it's ready to go.
Eventually, the radar is ready, and Bill sets off.
60 inches right here, Steve. What we see so far is really good. We got 51 inches, pretty consistent here. 48, 49. Yeah, we're done. We got good ice. We got a significant amount of ice, so it looks really well.
Bill's measurements show that the ice has thickened up nicely.
Open to heavy traffic.
The only thing that can stop the fuel getting through now is the weather. And the forecast isn't looking good.
We're looking at, 50, 60 kilometer winds, and the gusts can 60, 70. And we just monitor the storm and see what we get, and then we do our best to deal with it.
Further south, the storms are already hitting hard.
Weather always adds a little bit of fun to it.
Ahead of the train, in Moosonee, the team are furiously fighting the deadly ice freeze.
Okay, I'll go to the next one. As it snows, we just keep going pretty much. And on days when it's snowing, you pretty much just keep doing the same thing over and over again all day.
With the fuel train thundering towards them, Monique and her team have a battle on their hands to fix the switches so that the train can get through.
Snow, you can just blow it away, and it's a lot easier to deal with, for sure. A lot more work when you're chipping ice.
With temperatures plummeting to -20, switches can easily jam with ice. A switch is a vital component of all railways. It's made up of 2 movable rails. In one position, they keep the train on the same track. In a second position, they switch the train onto a different track. But during freezing weather, ice and snow can jam the mechanism. And without working switches, it's impossible to change tracks. Today, the switches are quite literally frozen solid.
They're full of ice, so they're a lot harder to turn the switches today. We just chip the ice out from underneath. We don't want to slow down the train, so try and keep them on time as much as possible. It's got to get done, somebody's got to do it.
It's grueling work.
Freight train should be about 8:30, 9 o'clock. Oh, it's here.
If they can't free the switches, the fuel train is going nowhere. Dave calls into traffic control.
Channel 1.
What the heck?
Morning.
It's not good news. After a 500-kilometer journey, the fuel train risks being stranded just outside Moosonee station.
We'll go see what's up.
But as the blizzards intensify, Monique's team are struggling.
Okay, I'll just try and switch this. Try and throw it.
Finally, after 3 hours of grueling work, Monique and the team clear the tracks.
Thanks, man. Cheers. Bye. Welcome to Moosonee.
They may have reached their final stop, but Dave's day is far from over.
We get our switch list to see what customers need what cars and go from there.
He faces a Herculean challenge to unhook the 26 cars and get the fuel tanks to the depot so they can be hauled north by the ice road trucks.
We get a list like this and it's all mixed up. We never know exactly what we're getting till we get here. It's basically like playing Tetris, only heavier. This kind of weather, things take a little longer and everybody has to be patient.
Finally, they've done it.
So we got Tony as fuel and this is our last move of the day.
The fuel has reached Moosonee, ready to be trucked north on the ice roads. But the weather could stop the trucks in their tracks.
Bad weather's supposed to start tonight. 70-kilometer-an-hour winds and 10 or 15-degree temperature drop. So might be 30 degrees below with the wind tonight.
The ice road won't be safe in such a severe storm. Fuel yard manager Tony has no option but to delay the convoy.
Oh, we're not going to be leaving today. This weather is not very good for our trucks. It's not good for anything. The brakes will be freezing up, maybe visibility will be bad and it's going to shut down.
25 centimeters of snow fall. And driving winds of 60 kilometers per hour create a virtual whiteout for hours. Eventually, there's a break in the weather. "5:30 a.m. and the ice truckers seize the moment. The fuel convoy finally hits the road.
There's 5 of us today, this morning. 110,000 liters we're carrying today.
Lead driver Monty is responsible for guiding the convoy safely from Moosonee, 260 kilometers north, across the Albany River ice bridge to Attawapiskat.
Attawapiskat is about 260 kilometers. 5 hours, I guess we should be there if we don't have no issues, 4 to 5 hours. And the visibility, of course, is a big thing, and if there's snow, drifting snow, we could get stuck.
Behind him is veteran driver Rich.
There's chances of accidents out here. It is an ice road, so slippery corners, so lots of traction. There have been some collisions out here, some rollovers. We all hope for a good trip. No fuel spilled, no one gets hurt, get home safe.
These roads can be deadly at the best of times. But after such a big storm, you never know what's around the corner.
Last week we've been hit with storm after storm. See how narrow it's getting in here? Because everything's so white. Oh, it looks like one.
As day breaks, the punishing conditions take their toll.
You say you haven't got a lot of heat, Hank? Oh, antifreeze? I gotta put antifreeze in this truck.
One of the trucks in the convoy is losing antifreeze. This means the cab has no heat. With temperatures of minus 25 degrees, it's a serious problem for the driver.
It's cold out there, so every time it gets low in antifreeze, he's losing his heat. It'd be like driving with your window open. If the vehicle quits on you, you know, there's a good chance you're gonna freeze to death.
Being in a convoy is safer, and we can help each other out if we get stuck.
3 hours in, and the truck with low antifreeze requests a stop.
What's happening? We're not stopping, are we?
It's not a good sign.
Well, you got no heat?
Without heat in the cab, they can't continue. The fuel convoy could be in jeopardy.
Is it leaking?
Veteran ice trucker Monty has an ingenious plan.
You block off the front of the rad so don't get the cold air going into it.
Now he's just got to hope it will work.
Think you'll lose it?
Monty plans to block the flow of air into the radiator to warm up the air inside.
Just blocking off the rad so it's not getting the airflow going through the cold air. It's just you can use cardboard or anything, just to block it off. These trucks, they're only used at the winter road. They stay in Moosonee all year round. You see more rough road in one trip than we probably do all year on a highway. Yeah, hopefully the rad holds out to get us back to Moosonee.
The trucks make good time, but before they reach their final destination, they have to cross the newly repaired ice bridge across the deep channels of Fort Albany River.
You can see the dips in the creek here. That's why you got to slow down.
I've seen some interesting things out here, some bad. We're gonna stay calm and carry on, unless you like doing a polar bear dip.
Bill's repairs were made before the big storm hit. And if one of these big rigs broke through the ice, it could be deadly. Monty slows the convoy to a crawl.
Usually keep our distance so we don't want all the weight into one area. And if something do happen, well, we're not all in the same hole.
Monty goes first, inching carefully across the ice.
You can't hear it cracking, actually.
Halfway across, he spots a huge crack.
You see a big crack on the river crossing there, on the bridge. See the crack? See the one going in front here, look, see it?
Here we go.
Yeah, go ahead, Rich.
Okay, I'm cleared the channel.
The road holds.
That's what was holding us up, guys. Looks good from here on.
They're now on the home straight. The convoy crosses the Attawapiskat River and reaches the town.
The end of the ice road. Well, we made it anyway, guys. Good trip.
They deliver their precious cargo to storage tanks at the hospital, ambulance station, and sites across town. Fuel is the lifeblood of this community, and with this delivery they shouldn't have to resupply again until next winter.
Hey, we're ready to pump.
After 3 days and almost 800 kilometers, one of Canada's most extreme stretches of railroad, the Ontario Northland Railway, was built almost 120 years ago. It connects remote stations and far-flung communities.
Oh, the train is essential to bringing their food, the building supplies, heating oil, gasoline.
Almost 100 towns and villages are connected by one of the world's most northerly rail networks. From Moosonee, down through the freight hub of Cochrane, branches spider out across Ontario to towns such as Iroquois Falls, Hearst and Timmins. The line extends as far south as North Bay.
It's vital to the whole north up there.
They can't get in and out. They depend on it.
But in one of the harshest environments on Earth, it takes a dedicated team.
You want me to kill that breaker?
To keep this railroad running. The railroad not only ships crucial cargo, but also runs one of the world's northernmost passenger train services, the Polar Bear Express. This passenger service has been in operation since 1964. It's one of the world's last remaining train services which passengers can actually flag down to stop. Vital for those living off-grid in the wilderness here. It also carries essential fuel supplies, cabin building materials, and machinery to the off-gridders, keeping them supplied throughout the harsh winters.
People rely on this train daily to get back and forth because it may be the only means of transportation available.
Today, railroad crew at Cochrane Station race to prepare the Polar Bear Express for one of their busiest days of the year. Dozens of people from the First Nations are arriving at the station, ready to head north to Moosonee for an annual celebration known as a powwow. The indigenous communities of North America traditionally gather each year for festivals of music, dancing, and honoring the traditions of their ancestors.
It's very important for building connections between people, as well as the language. Our drum group's the only drum group in Canada that sings this Cree dialect.
The Cree is one of the largest First Nations in North America.
I think this is the 16th or 17th annual powwow. It's super important. It's a big part of our history.
Cara Miller grew up in the Moose Cree community, but now lives south on the edge of the Great Lakes.
I was invited up to be the youth head dancer.
Cara's connection with the Polar Bear Express runs deep. Her mum, June, runs the railroad's ticket office up in Moosonee.
Good afternoon, Ontario Northland. Life here is quite different from city living, definitely. The community really pulls together. This has just always been home for me.
I've been taking the train since I was a baby. It's definitely nice having this train to be able to go back home.
Today, the Polar Bear Express team must set out from Cochrane with 6 passenger cars bound for the powwow and 6 extra fully loaded freight cars. It's a 6-hour journey north through a major snowstorm, predicted later today. A breakdown here would mean a perilously long wait for help. The train is often the only way in or out of the frozen town of Moosonee. Once the train leaves the station, it's on its own in the frozen wilderness. If it breaks down, the passengers and crew could be in danger.
Does a 500-mile, basically round trip every day. You got to keep it up, keep it going, so the people get there, get back safely. There's usually a few hundred people on here, and you can't have anything going wrong. Nobody's coming to help you.
Each Polar Bear Express car can carry around 50 passengers. And the heating system keeps them at a steady 22 degrees Celsius. Each coach carries over 1,000 litres of water for the bathrooms and can expect to cover more than 4 million kilometres in the course of its 25-year lifespan. The train today will be put to the ultimate test. A massive snowstorm is forecast to hit the northern section of the line. So it's critical the passenger cars are thoroughly inspected.
Everything has to be tip-top before it even leaves the terminal here in Cochrane.
Any faults and the Polar Bear Express is going nowhere. This critical job falls to carman Jim Beaton.
Check this. It's working.
And his apprentice, Pat St. Amant.
If it's pulled out, it's got to be replaced, taken out. It's a big job.
Jim has a long checklist.
From the seats to the toilet, make sure the heating's working, windows, emergency appliances. It's something different every day. There's always a challenge.
The carriage heating system is critical to keep passengers alive in the subarctic wilderness.
The MCC room for your powers, all your blowers, your fans, your doors.
If the heat inside the train breaks, there could be people freezing. Being stuck outside in -40 temperatures could be life-threatening, and it's very important that it doesn't happen to keep people safe.
So we'll check the underneath now. Very critical. It's hard work. It's very cold work, especially right now. It's -40 outside. It can get challenging, but we dress for it. We're used to it, so we get it done. These are filters in here.
Yeah.
They build up with snow. Make sure this is clear.
For newbie Pat, it's a massive learning curve, with thousands of components on each passenger car.
That works.
When do we change out the brake shoes?
When these get down to about 3/8, these come off right away. It's critical. You got to have brakes, so usually we change them about every 2 days, 3 days. They're gone. They're off. The wheels is the biggest thing. Make sure there's no problems with the wheels. We're gonna chip all this ice out right here. Make sure this is all clear. In here. If that's not chipped, your brake won't work. So that's all got to come out of there.
Hello, Dave. Yep. Grab the manifest.
Yep.
Looking after the passengers today is conductor Tyler O'Grady.
We were a little late this morning. Everything was froze up with the cold.
It takes 4 hours to de-ice around 50 wheels. Finally, the train is checked and ready to roll.
That's it. Let's go.
Jim and Pat can let the passengers board.
We can't have anything go wrong with the train on the way up or the way back. There's people traveling in both directions, and they have to get there.
Okay to go.
The Polar Bear Express can finally pull out of Cochrane, bound for Moosonee, hauling 6 passenger cars and 6 extra freight cars filled with essential supplies for the northern communities.
Yeah, we should take it, please. Moosonee, thank you.
Tyler started on the railroad straight out of school, aged just 18. For him, this is a career for life.
I come from a railroading family. My father was an engineman here for close to 34 years or so. Sometimes he'd take me on the freight train and in the engine and that. So I've experienced it at a young age.
Only 175 more miles to go.
Taking the wheel for the 6-hour journey north are engineers Jerry Miller and Sheldon Renault. Jerry is a true veteran of the railroad with 35 years of experience under his belt.
I have to do 36 years to get my pension, so I go one more year, so potentially I'll be done next March.
Sheldon is a relative newbie by Jerry's standards.
I've only got about 18 years in, so I've still got another 15 or so to go. A guy like Jerry working 35 years, he deserves to go home now, take his pension and go.
Three coaches back, in the baggage car, Tyler has one particularly special four-legged passenger on board.
It's kind of cool right now. I'll adjust the heat after.
A blind American Cocker Spaniel called Maggie.
Oh, my name is Maggie. I am completely blind. I am friendly and gentle. Please approach me slowly. There you go. It's a blind dog today. A little furry friend there. We generally have at least one or two a trip.
Maggie's owner, Christine, is relying on Tyler to keep an eye on her for the 6-hour trek north.
Maggie's completely blind, so she is a very anxious dog as it is, and she's not used to being in her kennel, but she's a tough little girl.
The journey is smooth so far, but that could change. The train is heading into a region where a major snowstorm is forecast to hit later. So track inspection teams are out on the line, checking for potentially fatal defects. It's critical that they assess every inch of the track. The freezing conditions shrink the steel rails, twisting bolts and stretching joints until they snap. Track Inspector Pat Zagay is on patrol.
It's my job to inspect these turnout. Turnout is a switch. It's where the train decides to go one way or the other. I'll inspect the switch. This is to measure the gauge of the track. This is my tool that I use daily, and I rely on it. Make sure that everything's on standard.
The gauge of the track is the distance between the two rails. It's critical that all 1,000 kilometers of the Ontario Northland Railway have exactly the same gauge.
So the perfect track gauge is 56.5. Every 15 feet, you check your gauge.
Too wide, and the train wheels will slip in between the rails. Too narrow, and the wheels will jump the track, causing the train to derail.
So it's perfect gauge right now at the heel. Everything within standard. Then I'll throw the switch to make sure that she lines good. She's nice and tight.
Any misalignment in the point could force the wheels on one side of the train to split off, while the other side continues straight ahead, causing a derailment.
Bolts are there, good to go.
Go to the next one.
The track team must complete their inspection before the storm makes it impossible to see the rails. There's still another 5 hours to Moosonee for the passengers and crew of the Polar Bear Express. Although it's -40 outside, they're being kept at a comfy 22 degrees by a sophisticated heating system. Conductor Tyler is keeping an eye on the temperature. It's down to him to keep everyone safe. But that's not the limit of his responsibilities.
Being a conductor, this job is a little different being on a passenger train. This passenger train has some freight cars. So one of my jobs is in the morning, I have to put the train together. So I go around the yard and I couple up different equipment, the passenger coaches. When you're on the road, if any issues come up, we're the ones that go and deal with them. Even though you're back here, you still have to be in charge of the train.
But in the baggage car, Maggie, the blind Cocker Spaniel, is not enjoying the ride.
and just adjusting the heat. It's a little cold back there, so we'll try and warm up the dog. It's howling.
But Tyler has a problem.
It's not kicking on now.
The heating system should be warming Maggie's car, but the temperature is dropping fast.
We have no heat in this coach, so we're just trying to fix the heat in this coach right now.
Tyler's conductor colleague Tom Skinner is fighting to fix the fault.
We're gonna play with it and see if we can get it working.
If he can't find a solution, the train passengers risk being stranded in the frozen wilderness.
Hello? We got no heat in coach 2, but I got nothing. I got no floor heat. I have 0 degrees. I can see people's breath in there.
Okay, thank you. And now we got no heat in the coach. Okay. And we got out on time. Left on time, we're not gonna get there that time.
I'll go check the other side.
The heat is on Tom, but he's no electrician. It's beyond his skill to fix. And with temperatures expected to drop further, he needs help fast.
An emergency situation has come up. If we can't get the heat going.
To the south, Railroad Track Inspector Dave Lallier is driving to work on the highway, heading to begin his shift. But the snowstorm is already causing chaos.
It's hard to see, even hard to see the road itself. What scares me the most is other drivers. They're driving like maniacs, even though the roads are like this, you know?
In northern Ontario, it's likely to snow 100 days of the year, often dumping over 3 meters of snow. Almost 30% of this country's car accidents occur on snowy or icy roads. And this is beginning to look like the highway to hell. The frozen road has become an ice rink.
It looks like something's happening there. Yeah, it looks like an accident. Well, they might let us through, I don't know.
Unable to stop, a freight truck has collided head-on with a pickup, smashing it to pieces.
Holy. Now they're gonna block off the roads. This is like, I don't know, this is stressing me out, especially you see an accident like that. You could clearly see it was a head-on collision. That could have been us. Like that just happened. That could have been us. If we would have been there, what, 10 minutes earlier?
Dave needs to get to the railroad tracks fast, so he can carry out his inspection before the storm makes it impossible to see the rails. The stricken Polar Bear Express has pulled to a stop so emergency engineers can board the train. They need to fix the heating fast, but first, they have to diagnose the fault.
It's strange, because this one on the last trip didn't have a problem.
After checking the circuits, the electricians may have found the problem.
Our sensors aren't working. The contactors are picking up, but the heat sensors aren't working right now.
Well, I'm happy that it wasn't some kind of false alarm and I was jumping the gun on something.
No.
Heat sensors around the cars should detect a drop in temperature. They send a signal to the thermostat, which controls the warmth in the cars. This sends electricity to the radiators that run along each side of the car at floor level and above, in the middle of the ceiling. These pump heat into the cars to keep passengers warm and safe in sub-zero temperatures. But with no heat sensors working, the system will not kick in, and there will be no heat in the cars.
So one side is starting to heat up, but...
It's a mystery. The electricians have no idea why the sensors are not working.
It doesn't sound like we're going to be able to get the heat fixed in this coach. Do we talk to the RTC and see what they want us to do here?
As the train crew fights the freeze, Inspector Dave has finally made it onto the tracks. He's on the hunt for broken rails and smashed joints that could derail the train.
Biggest fears are always derailments and anyone getting hurt. That's obviously the biggest fear. That's the main thing that we try to avoid. The snow and ice, obviously, can make the odds of these things happening bigger. That's what I'm scared of.
Dave is expecting a tough shift. Mother Nature is not on his side today.
When I see snow, I hate it. I used to love snow before this job, but now it's not pretty to me. They're calling for maybe 10 to 15, 20 centimeters from now till tomorrow morning. It's gonna get worse.
His high rail truck rolls along the tracks on specially adapted steel wheels that keep the vehicle aligned and stop it slipping off the railroad.
These trucks don't handle crossings and snow too well, so if there's too much snow on a crossing, it will derail. It's not good. As the snow gets higher, I'm gonna have to slow down, because obviously I could derail.
But Dave has to go faster. The brutal blizzards could force him to cut short his inspection.
If there's a lot of snow, it's hard to do inspections, right? You can't see, you can't feel, you can't hear. A lot of the track inspection is hearing also. If there's a broken rail, it'll sound different or it might just hit really hard. Number one priority, avoid derailments, the safety of our customers, passengers, and the safety of my workers. It's the safety of everybody, right?
Derailments are not only dangerous, they also mean the railroad has to shut down until the track is cleared. With thousands of tons of freight hauled on the line each year, no movement means no money.
If I see snow, I see dollar signs disappearing. Yeah, that hit pretty hard. We're gonna check that one. I'm pretty sure that's a mismatch. Just the way, like it hit very hard, but you can tell when it hit, the truck was pushed to the side.
A mismatch in the rails is not due to the freezing conditions. It's where a new section of rail has been replaced and now sits alongside an older, more worn section.
It's a mismatch. You can barely see it, but just that little mismatch with the truck, you'll feel it.
The SP on here, that's your set point.
On the Polar Bear Express, Tom and the electricians struggle to fix the faulty heating.
Everything is shut down now. The highways were all closed. So let's see, we're gonna see if we can get it fixed up. A lot of people rely on us today, yes. Because we have no heat, we have no way to keep the water lines from freezing. So right now they're out dumping all the water out of this coach, so we're gonna have no bathroom, so I've had to lock them out.
The heat will shut off at 73, and it's supposed to come on at 66. What temperature is it now? We'll check.
I am a little concerned.
Just as the team give up hope of restoring the heating,
Okay, it's on now. Good. We'll just go check and make sure it's actually on. Okay, he's got heat. We're good.
by some miracle, the heating is back on.
Well, the dog looks like it's okay. It stopped howling.
To be honest, I don't know what happened. I'm not sure why it's working now, but I'm happy it's working.
Hey, Tom, we're all set. Continue on.
Okay. Away we go.
After 45 agonizing minutes, the train can press on towards Moosonee.
The heat has started to work. It's not back to 100% yet, but we have it working.
Track Inspector Dave races to complete his check before the storm makes it impossible. He's found a bump in the track caused by mismatched rails.
This rail is higher than the other rail, which is most likely the new rail we put in. And what you can do with them is you can grind them down, or you can weld them.
Mismatched rails are easily detected by the high rail truck, but they are rarely a danger to the trains.
It's annoying because then you hit it, you check it, see what it is, and then you find out it's just a mismatch. So now we lost time, but we'll get back in the truck and keep going, I guess.
Dave has his work cut out. He needs to cover another 40 kilometers of track before the snowstorm hits.
Right now it's not a whiteout. Like I can see ahead of me, so that's good. That's a good sign.
On board the train, as well as dozens of passengers bound for Moosonee, Jerry and Sheldon are also hauling 6 extra freight cars. These contain critical supplies of food and fuel for the northern communities.
It happens once in a while where the car didn't go up on the freight train and they need to get it. So it's quite important for us to get everything up here on time.
The railway system is a lifeline for us. All of the supplies that are needed in our communities are brought in by rail.
The Polar Bear Express team is under pressure to make up the lost time. But the extra weight of the freight gives the team another problem.
When you're in the engine, you're running the train, you have to drive it different than you would run a normal freight train or passenger train.
As the train brakes, the joints linking the cars cushion the impact between the coaches. All the passenger cars are the same weight, so there's an even compression in the joints between the cars. But if you add heavy freight cars to the mix, brake too quickly, and slam, the extra momentum could cause the heavier freight to rear-end the lighter passenger cars.
You get a big jolt running, so they'll feel that. So you have to be really mindful when you're driving this train.
Jerry and Sheldon need the light touch of a ballerina to ensure the passengers do not feel the harsh slam of heavy metal behind them. For one of these passengers, Cara Miller, getting to Moosonee means a long-awaited reunion with her mum. It's also a chance to celebrate First Nations culture at the annual powwow.
I'm attaching my jingle cones onto my dress. There's 265 of them. These will give a really nice sound tomorrow while I'm dancing. Back in the day, they used to use the lids from chewing tobacco tins.
Rooted in spiritual practices, the term powwow is derived from a First Nations curing ritual popular in the early 1800s. Powwows traditionally honour homecoming war parties, reaffirm alliances, and celebrate successful hunts. Regalia is unique and sacred to each participant in the powwow. Eagle feathers represent a connection to the Creator for many First Nations peoples, so are especially revered and cherished.
The jingle dress, it's a medicine dance from the Ojibwe culture. Now it's shared everywhere. People all over Canada and America wear them for powwows.
In the cab of the Polar Bear Express, Jerry and Sheldon are now making good progress despite the growing blizzard.
There'll be some spots up here where you'll be able to see the rail because it's open, so the wind blows the snow right off the track, and it's not as bad, but we get into all this treed area, and yeah, the snow builds up, and without the wind around there, we're plowing snow right now.
The blizzards are bad news for Track Inspector Dave.
Starting to get covered now.
As more snow falls, It hides the telltale sounds and signs of broken rails and joints.
Now I can't see the rail no more. You can't hear it as much anymore. The snow muffles the noise, the sound.
Heavy snow also clogs up the switches and crossings, giving Dave another headache.
It just creates so much work, so much work.
There are over 500 switches on this railroad. These allow crews to switch trains onto different tracks.
If it keeps snowing so much, the engine will start pushing snow. It'll fill the switches up with snow and then they can't move, they can't turn the switch. So my guys have to go and do that, but there's too much for one crew. So they work really hard for a long amount of time. They're burned the fudge out. So they're done. So then I have to find more guys.
Through the snow, Dave thinks he may have spotted a deadly defect on a switch up ahead.
I don't know if it's an illusion with the snow or what, but it looks like it's slightly open. Hopefully it's nothing, but...
The deepening snow makes it harder and harder for Dave to judge defects, and a half-open switch would prove catastrophic for the trains.
The train wheel, it's riding right here on the tracks. Well, it's gonna go and it's gonna split the point. And we're gonna have our train going down this track, and parts of the train go down this track. So it's gonna split our train apart, and then you end up with a derailment. And we don't want that. That's why it's extremely important that they're nice and tight. So it's always good to check these. There was snow at the tip of the point there, so it made it look like it was open by a ½ inch, but it's nice and tight, it's snug. So we're good.
Dave has completed his section of track just in time, before the storm makes the inspection impossible.
Surprisingly, with the amount of snow we had, we're still able to see the tracks fairly well, so we got a good inspection. Right now, like, you know, the storm's is gonna take its course. Just another day on the railroad.
The Polar Bear Express is making up for lost time, despite the growing blizzard.
We never really know what to expect up north here. March can bring a lot of snow and a lot of bad weather as well. So it's very unpredictable.
The snow's getting heavier, but as the train pushes north, the weather is just about holding out.
They knew there was a storm coming, but you know, sometimes they'll predict a big storm for us and it doesn't hit Cochrane. Like, you can be fine in Cochrane and you can get to Moosonee and run into snow or cold weather. It can change pretty drastically.
But the storm is causing problems elsewhere, dumping tons of snow in yards up and down the line. It's a major headache for the yard teams. The wheels of the locomotives and cars drive the heavy snow deep into the switches, clogging them up.
All the switches, all the turnouts need to be cleaned up so they can turn. It's an ongoing thing. 24/7 pretty much, the switches have to be done.
The teams use backpack blowers to clear the switches, keeping the yards open. But with dozens of switches to blow and worsening weather, the job becomes too big to be done by hand. This could bring the yards to a standstill and leave the Polar Bear Express stranded. They need a new plan. On board, Jerry and Sheldon plow through the ever-growing snowdrifts as they head deeper into the storm.
Heavy snow. Visibility is not the greatest. Usually we can get through the snow and the drifts and the ice.
But right now, it's not the ice causing a headache.
We're getting the detector. That detector's gone off. We had a defect.
The team faces yet another problem.
We know we got a defect, so we're gonna have to stop and check whatever the defect is.
The train's automatic defect analysis system gives the team on board a diagnosis.
So it's a 31 axle on the west side. It's got a hot wheel.
A hot wheel is caused when an axle bearing overheats due to enormous friction. If left unchecked, this could destroy the axle and derail the train.
Obviously, if your bearing heats up, you have to stop the train, and there's a problem with the wheel. You can't move it, or you could burn off a wheel, potentially. So until we clear it, we have to stop the train and make sure it's safe, otherwise it puts the passengers and the crew in danger.
Jerry eases down the locomotive engine, bringing the Polar Bear Express to a standstill again.
Stop currently. Checking hot wheel. Get back to you shortly.
Conductor Tyler heads out to check the errant axle. They can only hope there's no damage.
Now we're past the point of any roads where we are in our journey today. We're about 120 miles or so. So it's hard to get to us. You would need a helicopter, or you'd have to wait for another train or high rail to come get you. All kinds of surprises today.
And Sheldon might have another surprise. Yards up and down the line are so packed with snow, they may not be able to get their train into the station. The backpack blowers just can't cut it. It's time for machine operator Steph Tash to break out the hardest blowing beast in the business. The mega blower.
The Arnold Schwarzenegger of backpack blowers. Well, she's the big gun. She'll do a lot of blowing, that's for sure. Keep that freight moving. She's got to roll. Yeah, it's a special blower to clean switches and crossings. She's very powerful. It's all hydraulic.
The mega blower weighs almost 1.5 tons and is wielded by a 170 horsepower digger. The excavator's hydraulics power the blower's motor, spinning a 1 meter diameter blade. This sucks air through the blower at high speed, forcing it out of its 7 nozzles at over 440 kilometers per hour. This blowhard sucker can clean a switch in less than 3 minutes.
Gotta go! Snow to blow!
At the business end of the blower, Steph has a set of whiskers to rival his own. The mustache.
The mustache. These are my mustache for the front of the machine to break up the snow and get these big chunks out of the way. All the air comes out of the front here at a high pressure and just cleans all the switches right down to the rock. So it does the job like 5 times faster than a regular backpack blower would. And you're not outside freezing, so you're in a machine nice and warm and a lot happier in there for sure.
Steph has been battling the snow for 30 years.
Yeah, I love my job. A couple years left and then I'll be retired, so I love it even better then.
After almost an hour of high-pressure hose blowing, Steph has helped clear all the switches in the yard.
Everything went good. We got the snow all cleared out, able to keep the trains rolling on schedules. Waiting for the next storm to come.
If the train crew can fix their Hot Wheel issue, it's a home run into Moosonee.
Desperate measures call for emergency measures. Hopefully it's nothing too major.
Outside, conductor Tyler O'Grady is inspecting the problem wheel and axle.
You want me to kill that breaker?
I don't know, try again.
Yeah, okay.
But strangely, neither the wheel nor the axle is hot at all. Quite the opposite. Ice is packed in around the axle. Tyler's theory, the ice could be confusing the probe, causing it to detect a fault. The solution, smash out the ice to see what happens.
We got her there, Ty. She's clear there now.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll let you know if you're in there keeping her ready.
No failure. Good.
It's worked. The probe now reads normal.
Gets iced up and then I can't get a proper reading. Now we're good to go. It says it's okay now.
Sheldon can power up the engine again for the final leg into Moosonee. Cara Miller is starting to believe she will make it to the annual First Nations powwow.
My mom will be waiting for me at the station when we pull in, so I'm sure she'll be really happy to see me, and I'm excited.
With Sheldon at the wheel, after almost 6 hours, the train finally snakes into Moosonee.
We're almost there. We're only about 45 minutes late, and that's about how long we were stopped for. We didn't have any more troubles, so that was good. At least now we're almost there, and we'll get the passengers to where they need to go.
For Jerry and Sheldon, this trip has been one stormy ride.
They got more snow in Moosonee than they did in Cochrane. It's almost a foot deep on the rail, and we're plowing pretty good here.
Blind dog Maggie's ride on the Polar Bear Express is nearly over.
Seems okay. Probably not sure what's going on right now, but she made it safe and sound. Soon she'll be off the train. One more coach, 18.6.
Conductor Tyler has negotiated one of his toughest shifts, but he's got the train and the passengers through the storm.
Another safe trip. Made her.
Now Tyler can finally hand Maggie back to grateful owner, Christine.
Hey, Maggie.
Thank you. Thanks again so much.
No problem.
Okay, come on, sweet girl. Oh, Maggie, come here. I know. She is just really happy to be home and out of her crate.
Cara Miller and Mum June are reunited.
Hi, Mommy.
Hey, baby.
And Cara's jingle dress makes its debut at the powwow.
Powwow is going great. You know, everybody's dancing, having a good time. The kids are running around, causing a ruckus. Feels good to be back in my hometown, singing with my fellow singers and drummers.
It's a responsibility, but a privilege to kind of know where we come from. It's nice to be able to pass on what I know to future generations.
Hi, baby. So proud of you. Oh, you're doing such a great job.
The Polar Bear Express has once again completed its mission, getting passengers and freight to their destination safely. One of Canada's most extreme stretches of railroad, the Ontario Northland Railway, was built almost 120 years ago. It connects remote stations and far-flung communities.
Oh, the train is essential to bring in their food, building supplies, heating oil, gasoline.
It serves almost 100 towns and villages in the frozen north. From Moosonee, down through the freight hub of Cochrane, branches spider out across Ontario to towns such as Iroquois Falls, Hearst, and Timmins. The line extends as far south as North Bay.
It's vital to the whole north up there.
And they can't get in and out. They depend on it.
In one of the harshest environments on Earth, it takes a dedicated team.
You want me to kill that breaker?
And mega machines to keep this railroad running. It's 7 a.m. and this freight crew is heading south on an epic mission. Conductor Dave Lidster is in charge of the cargo, and at the train controls is veteran railroad engineer Arnold Bailey.
I hired on, pushing 35 years here now. I enjoy coming to work every day.
Arnold has been committed to the railway from day one.
My son was 2 weeks old before I even seen him. I was away. I was in school, become an engineer at that time.
Even though Arnold missed the birth of his first child, he's a family man now, that's for sure.
Fortunate enough to have 6 grandkids, more the merrier. Get a hockey team going. Dave's just had a baby not long ago.
Yep.
Working on another one, I bet.
Not yet.
From the rail yard at Porkees, Arnold and Dave's train first heads west to Porcupine. Here they must load up 2 cars of ultra-pure sulfur dioxide, then haul it to the freight hub of Engelhart. At Engelhart, the team will switch out with a new crew and add more cars of lumber and paper. As it powers its way 220 kilometers down to North Bay, this train is the longest and heaviest freight train on the entire network. Dave and Arnold's first job, load the train with a consignment of sulfur dioxide, a specialist load that requires skillful handling by the team.
You can't have it next to the engine. You must have a non-dangerous car next to the engine, and then you can have the sulfur.
The train pulls into the sulfur dioxide plant. Now Dave's hazardous cargo handling training will be put to the test.
As a conductor, part of my responsibility is the proper marshalling of my dangerous goods. In case of any incident, you need to know the location of that car, specific car, the car number, the commodity in the car.
Sulfur dioxide production is a key industry in Porcupine. It keeps more than 20 local people employed. Each week, the railroad crew brings in cars of sulfur, and the facility here turns this raw material into liquid sulfur dioxide for use in mining, the paper and pulp industry, and water treatment.
The railway is pretty essential. Without it, we would need to ship everything by truck and receive everything by truck, which would increase our overall cost. We rely on the railway a lot, actually. The plant was built here exactly for this reason. The rail passes right there. Today is important because if we don't do the switch, we may run out of sulfur. So if it doesn't happen, it's bad for us.
Facility operating engineer Joey Zeminski gears up to switch out the cars of finished product for the cars of sulfur.
The cars are adapted with the proper safety devices to protect personnel as well as the environment. You can have up to 20 cars on site at any given time, so there's a lot of logistics and planning to go ahead with the switching. Sometimes we need a car that's in the middle of all the other cars, so there's a lot of pulling out and backing up.
Dave offloads the first cars of sulfur for Joey to inspect.
When the sulfur arrives on site, it comes in a solid state. So we have to heat it up with steam to make it molten.
The rail cars are specially adapted. A network of steam coils wrap around the insulated cylinders.
Steam flows through the coils to heat up that sulfur to a molten state. This is how we get the sulfur from the rail cars into our process. This is our sulfur loading arm. We connect the arm to the rail car and then use a pump to pump it. We have to keep everything warm to keep that sulfur in that liquid phase.
Once the molten sulfur has been processed in the facility, tons of liquefied ultra-pure sulfur dioxide are pumped into each empty rail car. Ready for conductor Dave to carefully connect up to the freight train, bound for Engelhart.
That's a dangerous good. You wouldn't be able to have it next to the locomotives. You would need what they would call like a buffer car to essentially protect the locomotive and the crew in case of a breach.
With the hazardous cars carefully positioned in the train, Dave and Arnold can hit the road with their fresh consignment of sulfur dioxide. It's over 150 kilometers to Engelhart, but an ultra-high-tech annual track inspection could put this journey into jeopardy. Once a year during a crucial 4-day window, engineers test every inch of the 1,100-kilometre rail network.
Over the next 4 days, we plan to test our whole system. So we have to run this test once a year. So we'll be pretty much living on the car for the next 4 days to ensure that we get the whole system tested.
To do this, engineers rely on this specialist train car. It uses lasers and cameras to forensically map each section of the tracks.
So this test car has lasers and other instruments to measure the profiles of the rail, make sure we don't have geometry defects, and that creates potential for derailment, so that the car will find a defect. So if the defect is bad enough, we have to do an emergency repair before we put a train over it.
But today, Mother Nature isn't on their side. Heavy dumps of snow are wreaking havoc with the equipment.
We arranged to have a crew go out in front of us because there was a skiff of snow on the rail, and we want to make sure we get that off of there so it's not confusing the lasers.
With the tracks cleared of snow, the geometry train can finally get to work, inching down the tracks.
What we're looking for is generally surface defects. So the operator looks at them, and if he sees a crack or missing hardware, he sends them to us. It actually gives us GPS coordinates that we give to our people in the field. We've got crews following us to make sure that they can take care of any of those defects. So we can't allow a train over it. It's like a report card to show us that we're doing the right things. You can rest easy at night knowing that things are safe.
It takes just minutes for the geometry train to spot a critical fault on the main line. It falls to track inspector Justin Della Rosebell to head out and check the severity of the damage.
I just got a call from my district manager about 2 possible defects from the geometry car. I have a possible canted rail and a possible gauge spot we're going to go take a look at.
On board the freight train, Arnold and Dave know any gauge defect must be fixed fast. It could cause a derailment.
The geometry is very important, and it does the gauge out, so they can pick out a lot of bad spots, and with that, maintenance guys up, put a speed restriction on it until the guys can get out there.
To the south, Justin is dispatched to check out a potentially dangerous track problem picked up by the geometry train. It could mean closing down the main line. Justin has been working on the railroad for over 10 years and loves the job most of the time.
I love it. Being out here with Mother Nature, just you can't beat that, the fresh air. The downside of things, it's a very big responsibility. Having to, be responsible for the tracks and train and people's lives in my hands is very stressful sometimes.
Today looks like it's going to be one of the more stressful days for Justin.
The geometry car has found some surface gauge spots. If these defects aren't fixed, it could cause a derailment.
The geometry train sends Justin the GPS coordinates of the defect. Now at the site, he needs to assess the scale of the problem, and it's not looking good.
So as you can see, we've got some pretty defective ties. They're cutting into the plate, and it looks like not much is holding it. So I think this might be our spot. I'm gonna go grab my level board and gauge, and we'll have a look.
The gauge is the distance between the rails. It must be 143.5 centimeters to keep the train's wheels on the track.
We're gonna take a couple measurements. So gauge is measured from inside the rail to inside the rail, and always under the lip and overflow. So as I suspected, this is definitely our spot. We have what's called a rapid change of gauge. So within a 3 or 4 tie space, I've jumped up over 1 full inch, which is not good. A wheel from the engine or any car could fall in if the gauge is too wide. So I think our best bet here is gonna be to change a couple ties in this area and eliminate the problem.
But rail tie replacements are not a quick fix, and Justin has no choice but to close down this section of the line. He needs track engineers on site, fast.
ON Track Inspector Justin Della Roosevelt, this is ON Foreman Brad White, over.
I found the gauge spot from the geometry car. We're gonna need to get them changed up here before the train.
Okay, sounds good, ON crew ready, and we'll head towards you.
The freight train crew is ordered to slow right down. This should give the track crew a chance to fix the gauge defect ahead. Arnold's experience means he knows how grave a rapid change in gauge could be for his train.
Our wheels are only so wide, and they got to fit on the rails, and if the gauge gets too wide, we're going to fall in between it.
I'll have Steve Dawson use the claw bar, pull the spikes.
Further south, the track engineers arrive to fix the gauge defect. But the clock is ticking.
We have about an hour to do the job.
Heading up this crew is foreman Brad White.
To get the jacks and get the rail up enough to get the plates out.
Brad needs this operation to run like clockwork so they can clear the line and get the freight train through.
We'll pull the inside spikes and the outside spikes on each tie.
First job, free the rotten old timber rail ties so they can be removed and replaced.
The spikes are being removed so that we can jack the rail and remove the plate.
To complete the fix in record time, Brad calls in some mechanized muscle.
Okay, our backhoe's arriving.
But before the machine can tug out the ties, the team has to raise the rail.
He's just moving some ballast, making a hole for the track jack.
Digging out the ballast eats up precious minutes. But finally, the first jack is installed under the rail.
He's gonna give it 2 notches on the jack, 2 or 3 notches, enough that we lift the rail enough.
Each jack can lift up to 15 tons.
Now he'll take the bar, move a bit more rock.
Finally, the plates are removed. Now the mighty machine can make its mark.
We'll be hooking on momentarily with the clamp to pull the tie out of the track.
The team is running out of time. They have just 30 minutes left to make the fix. Brad needs a plan, and fast. The freight train has slowed, but it cannot be delayed much longer. Engineer Arnold does not take the track engineering crews for granted.
These guys are out on the track, fixing the track. They're outside swinging hammers, working in all the weather conditions. They have it pretty tough. I wouldn't want their job. Yeah, they keep us moving along pretty good, unless there's an emergency beyond their control.
Foreman Brad is trying to take control of this emergency. The team is racing against the clock, but Brad has come up with a plan to speed up the fix.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull both ties at the same time here and put the 2 back in at the same time also.
The hydraulic backhoe claw attachment makes quick work of hauling out the ties.
Mike, we're ready for you to put the ties back in, please. Thank you.
And luckily for Brad, the new ties slip under the track like greased lightning. Now it's a race to the finish line. Backfill the ballast and spike the track to the ties.
We're ready to start spiking ties, and Dave is spiking the new ties.
Brad and his crew have done it. With the last spike driven, they can clear the line just in time for Justin to reopen the track.
Track Inspector Justin Delarosebell. I just want to show the main line back in service.
It's okay to show the main track back in service.
That is correct. Thank you very much. The guys did great. Worst case scenario would have caused a derailment, so it's definitely best to get in there and keep things rolling.
It's a clear run into the freight hub of Engelhart. Conductor Dave and engineer Arnold have completed their mission. Engelhart is a true railroading town. It was established in 1908 by the building of the Temiskaming and Northern Ontario Railway, and is named after the railroad chairman, Jacob Lewis Engelhart. In the early 20th century, prospectors and miners flocked to the town after reports of spectacular gold and silver strikes close by. Engelhart became the jumping-off point for prospectors who arrived to stake their claim. During Ontario's gold rush, the mines surrounding Engelhart are rumoured to have produced almost 10 times as much gold as the Klondike Fields, making the region a global mining centre. Today, the town is home to around 1,500 people, and the main industry is plywood and paper. The railroad is crucial to transporting these products across Canada and North America. Dave and Arnold's cars of liquid sulfur dioxide, lumber and paper can now be hooked to the network's ultimate train. This genuine monster will depart Engelhart, bound for North Bay. It will be the biggest and heaviest beast on the railroad.
It's a beautiful train, big, heavy. We're talking 10, 12,000 tons easy, 9,000 feet in length. Beautiful train to haul.
Today, it's even bigger than that. But it's not Arnold hauling this 14,000-ton, 2-kilometre-long behemoth.
Roll by is good. Have a safe trip and a great day, guys.
Roll by is good. You have a good day too, Craig. Thanks.
The task of guiding all 124 rail cars 5 hours south to North Bay
We're pretty big too, right?
falls to engineer Phil Selman and newbie conductor Robbie McPherson.
I'm just gonna wave at my kids here.
Oh, there they're waiting for you.
Whoa! Been with the railroad for 4.5 years. I've only been a conductor for about 3 months. And I think Phil's been here for
31 years.
31 years.
I used to swing a hammer and get all sweaty, and this is a lot better. I used to do the other part of the job, of the track, so I'd rather sit in a chair than change rails.
The southern section of the Ontario Northland Railway is the most challenging part of track to navigate. This stretch of curves and steep gradients will push the very limits of a train this size.
It's pretty twisty and hilly. It's quite the roller coaster ride.
Sometimes you'll get something pull the train apart because part of the train's still coming over the hill and the other part's still on the other side of the hill. Doesn't really concern me because if I pull it apart, the conductor fixes it.
But there's one thing that might concern Phil, and it's no joke. Towards the southern end of the Ontario Northland Railway, thousands of tons of snow and ice that has accumulated along the tracks through the long, deep winter has melted, creating streams and filling ditches. As the melt waters swell and their flow increases, they begin to cause the track crews a serious problem that could stop the freight reaching North Bay. The railroad has scrambled an engineering crew to make an emergency track fix.
RTC Englehart, this is Owen Foreman Kitmore. I'd like to pull the mainline track out of service.
An 18-meter pipe, called a culvert, that channels meltwater away from the rails, has come apart beneath the track. If engineers don't urgently replace it, this section of the line could be washed away.
Morning, everybody. We're going to be putting in pipe today. We have one train today. He's ordered at 1300 out of Englehart, so this has to be done by then.
8 years on the railroad has hopefully given track foreman Kip Moore the experience he needs to replace the culvert before the freight train closes in.
This culvert project is crucial. A lot of old culverts on the system. This company's over 120 years old, so there's definitely a chance of derailment, a washout. A number of things could happen.
Massive volumes of water and snow can wash out ballast from beneath the track, leaving it dangerously unsupported. To protect the track, workers install a network of drainage pipes, known as culverts, to safely channel the water under the track. Some of these culverts are over 100 years old and have become damaged and blocked with debris. Without proper drainage, the track becomes undermined and trains could derail. To repair these pipes, the teams must remove sections of rail track, dig out the old pipes, replace them, and then rebuild the section of track.
This needs to be done within the next hour and a half because we have a train coming out of Englehart. It has to go through. So today, our main focus is to get that pipe in, get the track back in service.
Their only hope of getting the job done in time is this 34-ton high rail excavator. First job for this hydraulic Hercules and its driver Jacob: pull out the rail ties beneath the track.
Without this excavator, we'd need more manpower because this is a big job, a very big job.
To make matters worse, this big job needs an extremely delicate touch. A network of multi-million-dollar fiber optic cable runs alongside the track.
That cannot be touched. It has to be hand dug. And if we do destroy it, internet's down, bank machines are down, computers are down from here to Toronto. This is one of the more difficult ones.
Not only must Jacob and his excavator meticulously avoid the buried cable, he must also dig between the rails with surgical precision.
This is the tricky part where his bucket just barely fits between the track. If he hits that rail, he could buckle our track, which is not a good thing. So there's a lot that could go wrong right now.
The track section ahead of the 14,000-ton train is now closed until the crew has replaced the culvert.
If we can't pass it, then they got to fix it before we can go. So the faster they can work, the faster we can move.
If everything was perfect, it would probably be about a 4-hour run. But because we have these slow orders and things, then it just adds time.
Engineer Phil needs to get the train through to North Bay, but they can't risk a derailment.
Like, they make the track safe, so if they don't do their job, we don't really have a job.
Less than an hour down the main line, the operation to replace the culvert has reached a critical phase. The pressure is on digger driver Jacob. Hit either of the rails, and he risks buckling the track, closing the main line for hours. But after minutes of anxious excavation, Jacob gets a grip and uncovers the culvert.
Well, as you can see, the excavator just pulled half the pipe out. Doesn't look very good. Good thing we're replacing it now. Almost looks like that collar come apart, eh?
It's like performing keyhole surgery with a hand axe. All of Jacob's 12 years of experience behind the digger controls is needed right now.
We got to get the pipe put in and get that track back in service before that train comes. If we delay this train, all sorts of businesses don't get their product on time. It's not good for the company. We try our best to keep that train on time and on track. What do you think? Ready for the pipe? We better get going on it soon because the train's coming.
But the problems aren't over yet.
Okay, is you ready for the pipe?
Just as they raise the 18-meter long, 60-centimeter diameter pipe, the icy winds pick up speed.
It's going to be hard to control this pipe. It could be very dangerous. That pipe could snap in half at any moment. Super windy.
This is not good news for Phil and Robbie. Their vast train is now closing in. The network's heaviest and longest train is making good progress towards the site of their track fix.
Like if they can't get their job done, then we basically have to sit and wait until they do.
Those guys, we need them out here to keep us safe and keep the freight trains moving. That way we feel a lot safer when they're out here doing their job.
Ahead, Foreman Kip is under pressure to position his pipe.
Got to get it turned around to get it underneath the track.
But the wind is turning this operation into a perilous arm wrestle.
Carl, throw me that glove up.
They must control the swaying culvert, rotate it 90 degrees, then thread it under the track.
It's quite windy, but now we got it in. We're starting to backfill until we get to where we can put our ties in. Gonna run the packer over all of it, eh?
Then they must carefully pack 100 tons of soil back on top of the new pipe.
Hopefully our machine doesn't quit on us. Not until the track's back together. It's not smooth sailing until everything's said and done.
The excavator makes quick work of the backfilling. Now to reinstall the ties. After spiking down the rails,
need to smash with the hammer? Yeah, keep it like that.
Kip's team has done it.
Owen RTC Englehart, it's Foreman Kitmore. I like to put mainline track back in service. All repairs are done.
They clear the line just in time for the network's biggest and heaviest freight train to pass over the top of the brand new culvert. Now the vast 2-kilometer long train pushes south into the hilliest section of the entire network.
When you have to pull heavy loads up and down grades, the engine has to work more. You might have some wheel slip, spinning, things like that.
Hauling this much heft gives the rail crew a problem. The wheels of this train take an extraordinary pounding.
If you do have a wheel that's out of shape, either shelled or broken, or a sharp edge, it can cause a derailment.
To overcome this challenge, the Ontario Northland Railway has an entire team dedicated to keeping the wheels of all their trains and carriages turning perfectly.
So there's going to be wear and tear on these wheels. This then creates those defects into the wheels.
In North Bay, wheel shop supervisor Ryan Deschamps and operations manager Troy Hurrell repair over 400 wheel sets every year.
We have an O&R rail car that's getting unloaded with some defected wheels that came down from up north. These wheels then get put into our wheel shop and go under inspection. And depending on which defects these wheels have, we then begin that process to refurbish them.
Heavy cargo puts the solid steel train wheels under intense pressure. The wheels develop flat spots, fractures, and they deform. It's critical the team fix these defects.
So if this didn't happen, the defects would keep happening, and potentially the locomotive could derail.
The shape of a wheel is vital to keep the whole train running on the track. Train wheels are not like the wheels on your car. The outside of a train wheel is narrower than the inside. This way, when the train goes round a curve, the wheels move to the outside of the track for a smooth turn. The lips on the inside of the wheels, called flanges, stop the outer wheel from slipping off the track. But if they don't have the right shape, or the flange is not deep enough, there's nothing to stop the wheels from jumping the track, causing the train to derail.
There's a minimum thickness for each wheel. If we don't meet these specs, there's potential of derailments. The wheels can't hold the load that they're required to hold.
To keep the wheels in shape and the trains on the track, wheel shop workers use a unique machine, the Wheel-O-Matic.
What this machine does is it reprofiles the wheels.
The machine slices off just enough material to get rid of the defects and bring the wheel back to the correct shape. If the wheels can't be saved, all is not lost. The team can recycle the axles by fitting them with new wheels, known as blanks.
This machine here is our 400-ton press. This is the process to build new wheels. What we're doing is installing new blanks on the reconditioned axles. Currently, you'll see Claude over here right now getting ready to lift an axle out of the axle lathe. Each one of these wheel sets weigh between 4,800 and 5,800 pounds. We got to use a special sling with a protector on it so we don't hurt them.
This heavy hauling hardware is now ready to be reinstalled beneath the locomotive. All set to take the weight of freight for thousands of kilometers. But it's not just the wheels that are pushed to their limits by the network's biggest freight train. Moving this much freight means the rails also take a hammering, quite literally.
With the wheels, right? It can rip the track apart. It can wear it wrong. There's lots of damage that can be done. If it's rocking and rolling all over the place, dropping one side compared to the other, it's going to cause an unbalance, and the weight load is going to be shifted, and it can push on the track and make it cause a derailment.
Up ahead, the railroad has called out District Manager Chad Martin to check a badly damaged section of track, and it's not good news.
So a lot of these pitted areas, if left, will cause rail defects. You could have unstable loads.
Wheel spin, the extreme freezing temperatures, and the uneven skidding of wheels around the tight curves here causes a devastating rail condition called corrugation.
Over time, that causes this corrugation effect, which makes small defects in the top of your rail. And if left, can cause internal rail defects, rail breaks eventually. It can cause a defect called piping, where because of the hammering in the top of the rail, the inside of the rail will actually split open and cause like a pipe defect.
Before the 124-car train can pass through, Chad needs to call in the big guns. A 1,200 horsepower grinding train to smooth out the corrugation.
It has many grinding discs, which will take off all this flaking and pitting in the rail and bring it back to somewhat of a new rail head.
Machine operator Jamal can adjust the angle of the 24 high-speed grinding discs to shape the perfect railhead.
So pretty much I control the grinding everything up here from the computer. It takes a lot of concentration. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure. Well, this thing with it grinding, it kind of throws out sparks, so we'll be keeping an eye for possible fires, but we call them smokers, so no one panics and whatnot, but we got about 5,000 gallons worth of water to ensure we're not burning anything down.
Jamal and the grinding train must make 3 passes over the defective track. They must work fast The freight train is closing in.
When you got a big train, you just gotta know your hills.
As Phil and Robbie's train enters the most twisted and hilly section on the entire network, Phil is worried about the joints, or knuckles, holding the train together.
We're all up and downhill, and like I say, some of the knuckles aren't the best, so if there's any weak ones, we'll find them, unfortunately.
These hills and immense tonnage put the knuckles under extraordinary stress.
Well, right now we've been climbing a hill for about 3 miles. Now another mile or so we'll climb a hill again.
Just down the line, Jamal and the grinding train race to complete the final passes on the worn-out track.
As you can see, almost all the defects are completely gone. This is one nice smooth ride through here now where the wheel of the train will make complete contact to the head of the rail.
Thanks to the grinding train, the track is in perfect condition once again, and the mother of all freight trains can pass through without a squeak. 5 hours, and one track problem after another has pushed the freight team behind schedule. But their problems are not over yet. Just a few kilometers from home, Phil's worst fears may have come true.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little dippy.
Oh, God.
Phil brings the 2-kilometer monster to a grinding halt. And this time, it's not the track. The entire back half of the train is missing. For newbie conductor Robbie, this will be a baptism by fire.
So what happened is this piece of the knuckle actually broke right off on this pin.
The enormous weight of the freight has put so much strain on the joints between the cars. One of the knuckles has sheared right off. Engineer Phil reverses the front half back up the track, hoping Robbie can find the rear of the train.
I came back and the train had came apart. Now we're on our way back to fix the car. We'll stop with enough room for me to safely fix this knuckle, and then I'll make the joint and put the train back together, and we'll be on our way again.
They found the missing cars, but with the light fading fast and temperatures plummeting, this will be no easy fix, especially as Robbie has only ever changed a knuckle once in training.
I gotta get that open somehow. To do some real MacGyvering now.
Although Robbie has fitted the new knuckle, he can't persuade it to open or close.
All right, so this knuckle is jammed in here.
Train knuckles should automatically lock onto each other when they collide. But whatever Robbie tries, his new knuckle will not close, and the train will not lock together. He needs to find a way to free up the new knuckle, so it will clasp onto the other knuckle and connect the train once more. With a little help from his friend, Tommy Bar, Robbie eventually frees the jammed knuckle and reconnects the train.
Stop there. Okay, so right now I'm cutting the train back in. Everything should be good to go. That's my second knuckle ever. First one was on my training. What can you do about it? You just gotta fix it and keep on going.
Thanks to Robbie's heroic effort to save the train, Engineer Phil can carefully ease the 124 cars of freight into North Bay. Better late than never.
We had a one hiccup or whatever, but other than that, I think we did pretty good. We made it down here. The track maintenance team there, they did a good job on our line today, and we all got here safe. Whenever the phone call rings next, I'll be on whatever train there they need me.
It's taken the hardest working railroad engineering team in the business.
I just want to show the main line back in service.
Okay to show the main track back in service.
A laser-sighted high-tech geometry train.
So the car will find a defect. We have to do emergency repair before we put a train over it.
And a heavy hauling cargo cruise.
We're all one big team, and if we work together, we get the trains over.
To keep the freight rolling on one of the world's most extreme railroads.